Chapter 2014. Demon Immortal Chi Ju. The mysterious Gu Immortal exposed his identity. Everyone went silent at once. The three Gu Immortals were shaken. In history, Demon Immortal Chi Ju was someone who fought evenly with limitless Demon Venerable. Inside Dragon Palace, Wu Shuai frowned. He suddenly understood a lot. It seems that in the 500 years of my previous life, Demon Immortal Chi Ju failed to revive. Otherwise, Demon Immortal Chi Ju would have definitely appeared. There could be two reasons for this. One was that Fate Gu was not completely destroyed back then. The second was that Spectral Soul succeeded in refining Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. All the signs show that he had already infiltrated Celestial Court back then and controlled the situation. He would not allow someone like Demon Immortal Chi Ju to revive. Thinking of this, Wu Shuai snorted coldly. His thoughts flickered. Roar. At the next moment, the evil dragon moved. Earlier, the evil dragon was obstructed by the vast chi currents. It was covered in injuries. But now, the entire Chi Ju Grotto Heaven was absorbed by Demon Immortal Chi Ju. His methods were unimaginable. The evil dragon regained its freedom. It regrouped and charged at Demon Immortal Chi Ju. This pounce immediately stirred up the boundless wind and clouds. The giant body of the evil dragon was like a moving mountain range, covering the sky and covering the earth. Not to mention Demon Immortal Chi Ju's childlike body. Even the majestic dragon palace could not compare to the evil dragon's body. Good timing. Demon Immortal Chi Ju's vision was filled with Dizongxing. He was not flustered. He smiled leisurely. He did not dodge. He stretched out a small hand and pressed towards Dizongxing. Immortal killer move, great chi capture. With a loud sound, endless milky white chi currents burst out of Demon Immortal Chi Ju's body, forming into a giant hand with 5 fingers. The giant hand was the size of an immortal Gu house at first, but it expanded to the size of a hill. 3 breaths of time later, the entire chi current hand had expanded rapidly. It was on par with the evil dragon's head. But the milky white chi current hand was still growing. Dizongxing had already arrived. Bam! The two collided, but to everyone's surprise, Demon Immortal Chi Ju's chi current hand could not withstand a single blow. It was destroyed. Dizongxing's speed did not change as he charged towards Demon Immortal Chi Ju. Demon Immortal Chi Ju did not dodge. He looked at Immortal Chi Ju calmly. Dizongxing only continued charging for a few breaths of time before its speed plummeted. Then it let out a furious roar as if it was in great pain. My great chi capture move can be gathered and scattered. It could gather energy to move mountains and seas and disperse energy to invade internal organs. How will you deal with it? Demon Immortal Chi Ju said proudly. The Ju, Demon Immortal Chi Ju, used one move to suppress Dizongxing. This was the true strength of a pseudo-venerable Emperor Gu King, Ju Master. Sai, once Fate Gu is destroyed, the whole world will be in chaos. Demon Immortal Chi Ju had clearly died 1,000,000 years ago. It is all that Scourge Fang Yuan's fault. He had a chance to revive. In Emperor Ju, Demon Hao Gu, Sealed Court, Judgment Gu Chi of Mu, and Chen Di King Gu. After the Fate War, Righteous Path declined and Demonic Path rose. Duke Long, who was the pillar of Celestial Court, died. Feng Jioga, whom they had high hopes for, betrayed them. Fang Yuan was the culprit who destroyed Fate and was still at large. And now, Demon Immortal Chi Ju appeared. Alas, the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals felt. The future of the Gu Immortal world of the 5 regions and 2 heavens was bleak. They had never thought of recruiting Demon Immortal Chi Ju. Even though he was limitless Demon Venerable's enemy in history, there was no possibility of him merging with the Righteous Path. Demon Immortal Chi Ju, just the word demon was enough to explain the problem. There were only wrong names, but never wrong nicknames. Xiao Hejian, what are you trying to do? You actually summoned such a powerful enemy for our Two Heavens alliance. Inside Dragon Palace, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch shouted. Xiao Hejian could not retort. His expression was pale. He felt lingering fear, but he was also glad. Thankfully, he joined the Two Heavens alliance. Otherwise, he would have become the sacrificial lamb of Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's rebirth. This is a trap. I am also a victim. Xiao Hejian complained. This is a trap, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's arrangement. At the same time, Wu Yong, who was inside Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building, sighed. Luo Zhu sighed. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju cultivates Chi Path. He could actually predict 1,000,000 years in the future. What kind of attainment level is this? Wu Yong frowned slightly. His gaze pierced through Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building, looking at Dragon Palace. He understood Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's arrangement, but he had a doubt. Did Wu Shuai know about this secret? At this moment, Wu Yong recalled. Earlier, Wu Shuai controlled the evil dragon to charge around. Was he acting recklessly and using strength to suppress others? Or was it intentional to destroy Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's arrangement? Clearly, it was because of the evil dragon's actions that Demon Immortal Chi-Ju appeared in advance. Wu Yong was a formidable person of the present era. He had a meticulous mind. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Wu Shuai's actions were fishy. It is possible that Wu Shuai knows about Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. After all, his relationship with Fang Yuan has always been unclear. It is not strange that Fang Yuan knows about this, since he possesses Spring-Autumn Cicada. Wu Yong thought of Fang Yuan. Did Fang Yuan come or not? Inside Demon Judgment Board, the Celestial Court Immortals were also guessing. Fang Yuan was someone who had been reborn. If he knew about the secret of Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's appearance, he might be hiding at the side, waiting for a chance to attack. Because of this, Demon Judgment Board had been biding its time. Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building was also observing the situation. But Demon Immortal Chi-Ju was not willing to let them off. Today is the joyous day of my rebirth. Come, let me see what methods the Gu Immortals of the present era have. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju had the appearance of a young boy, but his tone was old and experienced. He attacked again. At once, milky white chi currents surged like a tsunami, enveloping Celestial Court, the Southern Alliance, and Wu Shuai. Humph! Old scoundrel Chi-Ju, don't be careless. We are not afraid of you. We are just worried that Fang Yuan is hiding at the side. Wu Yong spoke as he controlled Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building to retreat. Inside Demon Judgment Board, Fang Zheng transmitted, "That's right, Demonic Path Senior. Even though you are famous in history, you cannot compare to the #1 demon of the present era, Guyue Fang Yuan. This person has already destroyed our Celestial Court's fake Gu. Without him, you would not have been able to rebirth." Fang Yuan. I will remember this name. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju stretched out his arms as chi currents surged, but you will not be able to leave. His entire body was like a bottomless pit, constantly spewing milky white chi currents. These chi currents had a unique nature. Ordinary immortal killer moves could not destroy these chi currents. At once, the 3 rank 8 immortal Gu houses fell into it. Their speed fell sharply. Wu Shuai snorted coldly. He controlled Dragon Palace to advance, instead of retreating, attacking Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju laughed loudly. Very good. You are finally acting up. A trace of light, smoke shot out of Dragon Palace. Dream Path killer move. Dreamy light smoke. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju did not dodge. He was hit by the light smoke and instantly dispersed. Wu Shuai's expression became strange. He was like a fisherman casting a net. He used all his strength to cast the net, but the fish in the net were like bubbles in the water, extinguished upon contact. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's body appeared again, but this time he was far away. He took a deep look at the Dragon Palace, full of fear. "All right, I'll remember you." He abandoned Dragon Palace and targeted Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building and Demon Judgment Board. Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building burst out with intense winds, while Demon Judgment Board let out a soaring blood-red light, displaying their abilities. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's moves were simple and imposing. He suppressed the two immortal goo houses one after another. After a dozen or so rounds, his eyes shined with bright light as he cheered, "Good, good, good. To think that the world has already developed Wind Path and Blood Path. This is truly exciting. My arrangements were not in vain. My rebirth in this era was not in vain. Other than you, who else is there in this world?" Demon Immortal Chi-Ju asked again. Wu Yong smiled coldly. "Forget about the others. Just Eastern Sea alone has one person. He also cultivates Chi Path. His battle strength is stronger than yours. He possesses Chi Sea. He is called Chi Sea Ancestor. He is the leader of Eastern Sea's righteous path." "Oh, there is another person who cultivates Chi Path." Back then, Chi Path was already on the decline. To think that it still had such great achievements. "Very good. I will definitely meet this person." Demon Immortal Chi-Ju laughed heartily. Wu Yong added, "Other than Chi Sea Ancestor, there is also a sound path demonic immortal called Feng Jioga. He also subdued the evil dragon in one move. It was much easier than you. In the battle not long ago, he publicly betrayed the Celestial Court. There are no traces of him now. The Celestial Court also does not dare to pursue him." "Feng Jioga? Good. I will remember it. Is there anyone else?" Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's eyes shined. Wu Shuai interrupted at this moment. "You will have to get past US first, old man." The moment he said that, Dragon Palace attacked again. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju smiled lightly. He pointed with a finger. "Lower Chi." Milky white Chi currents surged and swept Dragon Palace down. At this time, Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building crashed towards Demon Immortal Chi-Ju along with a storm. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju pointed with another finger. "Upper Chi." Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building was immediately swept away by the Chi currents. It flew up uncontrollably. Demon Judgment Board arrived. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju stretched out two fingers and pointed at this building, gasped for breath. With a boom, the Demon Judgment Board suddenly stopped in midair. The expressions of all the Goo Immortals in the building changed. The immortal essence they injected into Demon Judgment Board became intermittent. This rank 8 immortal Goo House was like an old man on the verge of death. It could not even breathe properly. "Juniors, I will not play with you anymore. Send my message, Feng Yuan, Chi Sea Ancestor, and Feng Jioga. I want to meet all three of them. They cannot hide. They cannot hide." Demon Immortal Chi-Ju said this before his figure vanished, never to be seen again. The immortals were bewildered and vigilant. After exterminating the milky white Chi currents, they were sure that Demon Immortal Chi-Ju had already left. "Should we give chase?" Someone in Dragon Palace asked. Wu Shuai snorted coldly. Why don't you tell me?" The Goo Immortal who asked turned pale. He lowered his head and did not dare to speak. "Let's retreat." Wu Yong smiled. He did not forget to boost morale. "Even though we did not gain anything this time, to be able to fight with an existence like Demon Immortal Chi-Ju, this trip was not in vain." Chapter 2015. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju was reborn and suppressed the Celestial Court, Southern Border, and the two heavens. This battle quickly swept through the entire Goo immortal world like a hurricane, shocking everyone in the world. I did not expect Demon Immortal Chi-Ju to revive. This world is really going to be chaotic. I wonder how many almighty beings will be reborn. If Demon Immortal Chi-Ju could revive, then there's no reason the past venerables couldn't, right? Oh my God! No wonder Great Dream Immortal Venerable is the strongest venerable in history. To be able to kill his way out of the encirclement and become a venerable in such a terrifying environment, he's definitely not weak. While countless Gu Immortals were speculating and discussing, the three parties were busy reorganizing themselves. Dragon Palace. Sigh, I originally thought that I would be able to obtain Chi Ju's true inheritance. Who would have thought that it was a trap? Now that demon immortal Chi Ju has appeared, we even offended him. What should we do? It's all Xiao Hejian's fault for putting our Two Heavens alliance in such an awkward situation. Many variant human Gu immortals looked at Xiao Hejian with hostility. Xiao Hejian snickered internally. He knew that Vice Alliance leader Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was trying to suppress him. He joined the Two Heavens Alliance because of his outstanding strength and reputation. He was already a threat to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch status. Thus he was suppressed. Have you all said enough? Wu Shuai snorted coldly from the main seat, looking displeased. At once, the Dragon Palace quietened down, and the immortals shut their mouths. Xiao Hejian then pretended to be ashamed and bowed deeply to Wu Shuai. His tone was very sincere. Lord Alliance Master, this subordinate is guilty. But before he could continue, he was interrupted by Wu Shuai. Enough, you shut up. Even if Demon Immortal Chi Ju comes again, we have the evil dragon in Dragon Palace. What is there to fear? The most important thing right now is the Chi harvest fruits in your grotto heavens. Demon Immortal Chi Ju was revived from this Chi harvest fruit. Clearly, we have not fully explored the mysteries of this Chi harvest fruit. How should I clear the Chi harvest fruits in your grotto heavens? If you don't deal with it in time, I'm afraid your grotto heaven will be in danger. Yeah, you're right, Guild Master. My paradise has already started producing Chi harvest fruits. They absorb the heaven and earth Chi from the paradise, so there's no way to get rid of them directly. This is happening to my paradise as well. Now is not the time to take revenge on the Celestial Court, nor to guard against Demon Immortal Chi Ju. The most important thing is to deal with the Chi harvest fruits in the grotto heaven. For a moment, all the immortals in the palace changed their expressions, and the topic shifted to the Chi harvest fruit. However, the communication between the immortals was completely fruitless, and a panicked atmosphere soon filled the hall. Even Xiao Hejian was no exception. Although his grotto heaven had yet to produce a Chi harvest fruit, it was only a matter of time. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch no longer had the mood to suppress Xiao Hejian. The Chi harvest fruit in his Ice Crystal heavenly abode was the strongest, and the disaster was especially severe. Knight, Heavenly Wolf, Lord, looked distressed. His heavenly grotto heaven did not escape this calamity and produced a Chi harvest fruit. Although the Chi harvest fruit was small, it was growing at an alarming rate. However, Knight, Heavenly Wolf, Lord was much less panicked than the others. If the Two Heavens Alliance cannot resolve this, I can go to the Celestial Court to find a way to save it. At this juncture, Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord felt that his decision to side with the Celestial Court was a wise one. Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord had high hopes for the Celestial Court, because the first Celestial Court's immortal king was primordial origin immortal venerable. He cultivated Chi path. Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord secretly informed the Celestial Court about this and asked for help from Celestial Court. The Celestial Court had sent Fangzheng and the rest to Chi Ju Grotto Heaven, but Demon Judgment Board had not even entered Chi Ju Grotto Heaven. They did not know what was happening inside. After obtaining Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord's information, the Celestial Court understood the truth. Regarding Demon Immortal Chi Ju's revival, as well as the Two Heavens Grotto Heavens, Qin Ding Ling placed great importance on it, because Celestial Court was no exception. It also produced a chi harvest fruit. She immediately gathered the immortals to research and discuss countermeasures. The celestial court had deep foundations. Even after the Fate War, they were still the #1 superforce in the 5 regions. Especially when they had primordial origins chi path true inheritance, they had a huge advantage in chi path. They could be said to be at the top of the world. And most importantly, the celestial court's research on heaven path had great results. Even limitless demon Venerable had made a bet with star constellation in the past to obtain this heaven path research. Heaven, earth, and humans all have veins. Humans have human veins. Earth has earth veins, and heaven has heaven veins. The 2 heavens, grotto heavens, are almost always located on heaven veins. Thus, they have endless benefits. The grotto heavens can be nourished by heaven veins and produce more resources. But now, heaven and earth are changing. Chi tides are appearing frequently. The reason for chi tides is the unification of the 5 regions and the merging of earth veins. But the truth is, heaven veins are also showing signs of merging. It is just that it is not obvious yet. The celestial court's immortals discovered that heaven and earth were merging into one. The 5 regions were just the beginning. The 2 immemorial heavens would merge into one soon. The 5 regions were separated by the 2 heavens. Their heaven and earth chi were different. But now that heaven and earth chi had completely merged, chi tides would appear at the places where they converged intensely. Wherever the chi tides went, all sorts of rich chi path, immortal materials would be produced. Chi harvest fruits were the essence of them. The reason why the 2 heavens, grotto heavens, had chi harvest fruits was because they were located on heaven veins. They were at the heart of the storm. That is to say, as long as we move these grotto heavens away from the heaven vein, we will be able to resolve the chi harvest fruit disaster? Qin Dingling asked. In theory, yes. At least, once we move them away from the heaven vein, the chi harvest fruits in the grotto heavens will stop growing. The celestial court's immortals replied. Qin Dingling frowned. Once a grotto heaven is placed, it is hard to move it. Even if there are special methods to move it, our celestial court is too big. But our heavenly court is too huge. Over 3 million years ago, primordial origin, immortal, venerable provided an immortal aperture as the foundation. The successive generations of immortal kings also contributed immortal apertures. During this period, countless members fused their immortal apertures here. How can we move celestial court? The celestial court's immortals were speechless. They fell into a deathly silence. Maybe demon immortal Qi Ju has a way. Amidst the silence, Fangzheng suddenly spoke. Qin Dingling's eyes shined with bright light. There was indeed such a possibility, and it was very likely. Since demon immortal Qi Ju could use the Qi harvest fruit to revive, his understanding of Qi harvest fruits was unparalleled in the world. But it was extremely difficult for Celestial Court to cooperate with him. The demon immortal Qi Ju, recorded in history, would never cooperate with Celestial Court. Rather than hoping for him, we might as well cooperate with Qi Si Ancestor. That's right. We alone cannot resolve Celestial Court's crisis. To resolve Celestial Court's Qi harvest fruit disaster, we need a Qi path great expert. Duke Long had once given half of Primordial Origin's true inheritance to Qi Si Ancestor. During the Fate War, Qi Si Ancestor really did not show up. He remained neutral. We have the foundation to cooperate with him. But Qi Si Ancestor and Fang Yuan's relationship, in my opinion, this is a small matter. Ever since Qi Si Ancestor reappeared, we can see his motives from his actions. He wants to become the leader of Eastern Sea's righteous path, be it holding the Qi Si banquet or resisting the Two Heavens Alliance. We can see this. His way of doing things was completely different from Fang Yuan. Even if they cooperated before, it is not a big deal. Can't my celestial court resolve this matter alone? It is difficult. you know that the immortal graveyard is destroyed, star constellations will has not shown up again. If we can really cooperate with Chi's sea ancestor, we might even be able to recruit him into celestial court. My celestial court really needs a pseudo-venerable battle strength. Chapter 2016. Immemorial White Heaven. Colorful aurora danced in the sky. It was a dazzling sight. Eastern Sea Rank 7 Gu Immortal Qing. Huizi was flying in the sky of aurora lights, using immortal killer moves to collect these aurora lights. The multicolored light was collected into his hand, and he pinched it into a ball. The balls were then sent into his immortal aperture and buried in cloud soil. After a period of time, these aurora light balls would break out of their shells and sprout, growing into seedlings. With the addition of lightning, water, and magnetic sound, flowing light fruits would be produced. Flowing light fruits were rank 6 immortal materials. They were formed from dense aurora lights. There were red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, all sorts of colors. Qing Huizi did not directly plant flowing light fruits. He had his own unique planting methods. Precisely so, he became one of the 3 main Gu immortals selling flowing light fruits in jewel yellow skies. With the Qi tides attacking the heavenly wind Qi wall, I can also enter immemorial white heaven through the cracks of the Qi wall to search for immortal materials. This is my fortuitous encounter. Qing Huizi sighed to himself. Aurora lights were very common in the 2 heavens. They were produced in great quantities. Qing Huizi took the aurora lights. The success rate of planting flowing light fruits fell greatly. He could earn a lot from this. Qing Huizi collected the aurora lights while paying attention to the heavenly wind Qi wall below. He did not have much strength to survive in immemorial white heaven. He could not even break the heavenly wind Qi wall. Thus, he had to pay attention to time. Once the heavenly wind Qi wall showed signs of mending due to the Qi tides, he would return to Eastern Sea. This was no joke. Once Qing Huizi was careless, he would be trapped in immemorial white heaven. With his strength, he might not even be able to wait for the Qi tides to attack again before dying in the dangerous environment of immemorial white heaven. One could say that Qing Huizi was risking his life to collect these aurora lights. Gu immortal cultivation was not easy. Qing Huizi was already a rank 7 Gu immortal, but he still had to plan for his livelihood. Right at this time, Qing Huizi suddenly heard a loud cry. Next, winds and clouds surged. Qing Huizi was shocked to find that the heavenly wind Qi wall below him was being pulled by a terrifying formless force. In just a few breaths of time, the heavenly dipper Qi wall with a circumference of tens of miles had been sucked into the central whirlpool. What's going on? Qing Huizi was scared out of his wits. Could it be an immemorial wild beast? However, I have never heard of such a mighty primordial desolate beast. The heavenly Gang Qi wall dissipated completely, revealing a concave secret realm of heaven and earth. Next, this secluded domain of heaven and earth entered the nose of a Gu immortal who looked like a boy. When Qing Huizi saw this Gu immortal boy, his body and mind shook. It was like ice was poured on his head, pouring into the depths of his heart. Ah, demon immortal Qi Ju. Qing Huizi fell into despair. Why am I so unlucky? I was just gathering rainbow clouds, and I actually encountered demon immortal Qi Ju. Even though the battle at Qijua Paradise hadn't happened for long, it couldn't be hidden at all. The whole world already knew about it. Even though there was no everybody's vision killer move that allowed the world's Gu immortals to witness the entire battle, demon immortal Qi Ju's appearance and methods were spread far and wide. In the Gu immortal world, there were several people who were publicly known to not be provoked. They were terrifying existences that should be fled upon meeting. The first was Fang Yuan. This demon had many methods and incredible strength. He acted without any qualms. He was extremely ruthless and ruthless. Even the celestial court could not do anything to him. Wu Shuai was also on the list. He was the Dragon Man leader. He controlled Dragon Palace and enslaved Di Zongxing. He had deep hatred towards humans. And Demon Immortal Qiju was a newly added character. As for the Celestial Court and Qi Si Ancestor, because they were on the same side, they would not bully the weak. Thus, he was not on the list. After Qing Huizi saw Demon Immortal Qiju, he immediately recognized him. He was stunned on the spot. He was like a statue. Demon Immortal Qiju frowned as he looked at his palm. His palm was still small and tender. His body was still that of a boy. Thinking about the scene of his rebirth, Demon Immortal Qiju felt annoyed. If he had more time, he would have been able to rebirth perfectly. He would have the body of an adult. But because of the evil dragon's rampage, he had no choice but to revive prematurely. His body was fixed, and his potential was limited. After absorbing this heavenly wind chi wall, he finally made up for the losses from the intense battle earlier. After resting, he was about to set off again. "Junior, come here." Demon Immortal Qiju looked at Qing Huizi as he called out casually. Qing Huizi shuddered. He had a bitter expression. He could only fly towards Demon Immortal Qiju obediently with fear. Demon Immortal Qiju smiled. As he flicked his finger, a ghostly qi current flew out. The qi current quickly enveloped Qing Huizi completely. Qing Huizi subconsciously wanted to struggle, but Demon Immortal Qiju's shout resounded in his ears. "Don't move!" Qing Huizi gritted his teeth. He did not dare to move recklessly. He gave up on struggling. He allowed the qi currents to enter his body and flow around his soul. After flowing for a while, Demon Immortal Qiju finally absorbed all of the qi currents in Qing Huizi's body into his own body. In an instant, he received a vast amount of information. His understanding of the current era deepened by dozens of times. This is an exciting, great era indeed. Interesting. Demon Immortal Qiju's eyes shined as he clicked his tongue. Next, he ordered Qing Huizi, "Take out all of your goo worms." Qing Huizi's face twitched. For an instant, he wanted to resist. But soon his rationality prevailed. He obediently handed over all of his goo worms to Demon Immortal Qiju. This action made Demon Immortal Qiju reevaluate him. Demon Immortal Qiju took these goo worms and inspected them one by one. He only looked at Qing Huizi's light path immortal goo for a while. His focus was on the top quality mortal goo, especially goo worms like Soul Search goo. Demon Immortal Qiju was very interested in them. In the end, he actually returned the light path immortal goo to Qing Huizi. Qing Huizi was very surprised. Demon Immortal Qiju smiled. "Junior, you are very tactful. You did not resist me. Who do you think I am? Why would I covet your measly immortal goo? Get lost." Qing Huizi was in disbelief at first, before becoming overjoyed. Junior will never forget Senior Qiju's great kindness. "Ha ha! I searched your soul. What kindness is there to speak of?" Demon Immortal Qiju laughed. "You can hate me all you want, it doesn't matter. Even though this era is good, in the entire world without venerables, there are few who are worthy of my attention. Even though I lack immortal goo, I am not at the stage of snatching light path immortal goo. If I want to snatch them, I want Qi path immortal goo." Qing Huizi had a thought. "Senior, you want to go to Qi Si?" But at the next moment, Demon Immortal Qiju waved his sleeves impatiently. Qing Huizi was immediately enveloped by a qi current. He could not move. He was sent flying away by the current. Demon Immortal Qiju snorted. He did not even look at Qing Huizi as he flew towards Qi Si. "I wonder how strong this Qi Si ancestor is. Hee, I hope his Qi path immortal goo will not disappoint me." Demon Immortal Qiju was very confident as he flew towards Qi Si. He flew rapidly in the sky of Eastern Sea. His body was surrounded by chi currents. He was extremely fast as he crossed sea areas. He did not conceal his tracks. He created a huge commotion along the way. The might of a demonic path overlord was clearly displayed. Along the way, he met several Eastern Sea Gu immortals. These people fled in fear. Along the way, demon immortal Chi Ju suddenly had a shocked expression. He stopped in the sky. He sensed his secluded domain of heaven and earth shaking. Don't tell me? Demon immortal Chi Ju was slightly dazed before he thought of something. Joy appeared on his face. He temporarily threw his plan to go to Chi Sea to the back of his mind. He changed his direction and flew towards the southwest direction. After a while, he arrived at a sea area. The sky here was filled with white clouds that obscured his vision. He could not see any starlight. Even when the sun was high in the sky, the sunlight could not penetrate the thick clouds. It could only slightly brighten the sky. The sea looked calm on the surface, but there were countless torrents inside. These torrents were of all shapes and sizes. They all had different water qualities. They moved between each other and flowed in this sea area. There was no pattern to them at all. Without Gu immortal defensive methods, mortal corpses would be turned into dregs by the torrents in an instant. It was the turbulent flow sea area. Demon immortal Chi Ju inspected it carefully. After a while, joy appeared on his face. Amazing, amazing. There must be a fragment of Shi in this sea area. It created such a chaotic scene. To think that after my rebirth, my luck would be so strong. I will take this fragment and fuse it into one first. Then I will go and find trouble with that Chi Sea ancestor. Chapter 2017. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. The disaster was still ongoing. The situation was slowly falling into an abyss. Fang Yuan's losses were huge this time. In order to save the resource points, he had already sent the variant humans and Gu immortals in his immortal aperture to various places, ordering them to pay close attention to the resources and to distribute mortal Gu that could detect providence. Adding on Fang Yuan's time path clone and his main body, he was exterminating the providence that was created. Finally, he managed to preserve the sovereign immortal aperture's resource points. However, as long as the heaven path Dao marks were not refined by Fang Yuan, the providence that was created would continue to increase in number. Even though Fang Yuan used his full strength, he could not stop the situation from worsening. He could barely preserve the resource points, but the sovereign immortal aperture was huge. The resource points only occupied a small portion of the space. In most areas, heaven's will was produced. It was like a densely packed army, gradually surrounding the resource points of various places. Fang Yuan knew that his clan's situation had reached a crucial moment. He could not clear the providence in his immortal aperture in time. To prevent the Grotto Heaven's providence from colluding with the Five Regions' providence, he had no choice but to create a secret space in Chi Sea's formation to isolate the providence's detection. In the outside world, Demon Immortal Chi Ju's revival was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. Demon Immortal Chi Ju said that he wanted to meet Chi Si ancestor, and the rest. This was not just for show. Internal and external problems. Next, let's see the effect of this immortal formation. Fang Yuan's attention was placed on a rule path formation. This formation was located in mini blue heaven. It floated in the air. It was modified from the 5 regional limit formation. Fang Yuan had wisdom path attainment. He already knew that the situation would develop to this stage. Thus, he made preparations and started to think of a solution. A long time ago, he had an inspiration and decided to imitate the chi tides to deal with the providence in his immortal aperture. And this rule path formation was the result of his research. A batch of rank 8 immortal essence was already stored in the immortal formation. With a thought from Fang Yuan, This vast formation that covered over 10 miles of land began to be activated. Hoo, hoo, hoo. The whistling sound of the wind could be heard from the spell formation, which began to shake heaven and earth. Countless streams of air appeared around the spell formation, filling the air like steam. It was so white that one couldn't even see their outstretched hand. All of a sudden, a mysterious light burst forth from the formation. The mystic light struck the white gas, and it was as if a giant hand had pushed it hard. In the next moment, about 30% of the white steam surged forward. The mystic rays penetrated into the white gas, constantly modifying it, causing the loose white gas to become more and more condensed. Finally, the white gas that was pushed out successfully turned into a wave of gas and began to push towards the southeast. Along the way, the huge wave of qi was like a huge brush, thoroughly washing away the surrounding qi of heaven and earth. In terms of power, the qi tide created by Fang Yuan could not compare to the orthodox one, but it had extraordinary power. It could easily take away the lives of mortal Gu masters. This was also why Fang Yuan set up the formation in mini blue heaven. It was to prevent himself from slaughtering living beings and asking for trouble. This qi tide moved for an hour. It was moving straight until it almost reached the aperture walls of mini blue heaven. Fang Yuan inspected the results. He found that the providence that he had set up earlier was completely wiped out. There was no trace of it left. Furthermore, along the path that the qi tide took, the heaven and earth qi were also in harmony. It was very peaceful. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air. The result was good. With this formation, he could finally get rid of the huge problem of providence. This was extremely important to him. If he could not get rid of providence, he would have to stay inside the Qi-Si formation to prevent his identity and location from being exposed to providence. The mountain-like pressure in Fang Yuan's heart immediately reduced by half. Now that he looked at the Qi tides again, he had a deeper understanding. The origin of Qi tides is the difference in heaven and earth Qi. It is like a cliff with a difference in height. Water will form a waterfall when it flows. The same is true for Qi tides. When the 5 regional walls disappear and the earth veins become unified, the heaven and earth Qi of the 5 regions will fuse and form a Qi tide for a period of time. In the future, when heaven and earth Qi fuse completely, the 5 regions will become one. There will be no more Qi tides. And what are the 5 regional walls? In fact, they are essentially Qi tides. The heaven and earth Qi of the 5 regions were different. Thus, in the areas where the 5 regions were connected, there would be differences in heaven and earth Qi. But at that time, the earth veins were different. Heaven and earth Qi could not fuse like now. They would condense into the 5 regional walls. When Gu immortals used killer moves in the 5 regional walls, they would suffer backlash. It was the same in the Qi tides. The reason was because of the difference in heaven and earth Qi and the regional walls. And the 5 regional walls that Tao Zhu spent his entire life researching, in other words, were Qi tides. It was just that his research was based on rule path. And one of the main results, 5 restriction profound light Qi, just from the name of this killer move, it could be seen that it was related to Qi path. Fang Yuan had Tao Zhu's true inheritance and half of Primordial Origin's true inheritance, together with Qi Xiang's foundation, and his own Qi path attainment level. With all these accumulations, Fang Yuan was able to achieve great results very quickly. Next, I need to adjust this formation slightly, then set up subformations in different areas to make the Qi tides flow continuously and eliminate providence. Providence's problem is finally resolved, but the refinement of heaven path Tao marks is still a huge problem. But Fang Yuan could only put this problem aside for now, because he had to guard against demon immortal Qi Ju's arrival. The identity of Qi-Si ancestor was very valuable. During the Fate War, Fang Yuan tried his best to conceal himself. He did not expose any relevant clues. and to maintain his identity as Qi-Si ancestor. Fang Yuan's main obstacle was Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Fang Yuan activated the formation to quell the internal problems while patiently waiting for Demon Immortal Qi Ju to challenge him. According to Fang Yuan's deductions, there was a high chance that Demon Immortal Qi Ju would come to fight during this period of time. After waiting for some time, on this day, there was a change in the sky above Qi-Si. White Qi waves appeared in the sky. They were grand and grand. They surged towards Qi-Si like an avalanche. Within the Qi waves, Demon Immortal Qi Ju's child body could be vaguely seen. His demonic might was overwhelming. Soon, his aged voice reverberated in the world. Junior Qi-Si, I, Demon Immortal Qi Ju, have come for you. Qi Ju, why are you here? Fang Yuan slowly appeared. He activated Qi-Si's formation as he stood on the surface of the sea. Looking up, Demon Immortal Qi Ju chuckled. I have just revived. I do not have any immortal goo with me. I heard that you are the only remaining peak rank 8 Qi Path expert in the current world. I came to borrow goo from you. Ha ha ha, borrow goo? Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He could feel Demon Immortal Qi Ju's domineering attitude. The immortal goo is with me, but whether you can borrow it or not will depend on your own ability. Demon Immortal Qi Ju raised his head and laughed. His young face was filled with intense battle intent. Awesome. Junior, you are very much to my liking. Come, take this move of mine first. Immortal Killer Move, Great Qi Capture. Immediately, a milky white Qi current hand flew out. It was like a small mountain as it pressed down on Fang Yuan. It was this move that made Di Zongxing cry out in pain. It was not only powerful, it was also very profound. It could gather and disperse energy. Enemy Gu Immortals could not deal with it easily. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply. His expression was calm. He did not panic. He stretched out his palm and pushed upwards. Rumble! A Qi wall covered the surrounding 100 li. It was like the sky was rising. It had a grand aura. The Qi wall and the hand collided. The hand was forced back. It could not stop the Qi wall from rising. Demon Immortal Qi Ju smiled lightly. He pointed with his finger as the Qi current hand disintegrated. It turned into countless tiny Qi currents that tried to enter the Qi wall. But this attempt ended in failure. The Qi wall that Fang Yuan created was not only grand and grand, it was also very tight. Demon Immortal Qi Ju could not enter it at all. Demon Immortal Qi Ju's expression changed slightly. What a great Qi wall! What is the name of this move? Fang Yuan spoke frankly. I created it hastily for you. I have not named it yet. I wonder if you have any ideas? Demon Immortal Qi Ju squinted as bright light shined in his eyes. Qi-Si ancestor created this move hastily. It was much more terrifying than creating it a long time ago. Because this meant that Qi-Si ancestor's Qi Path attainment level was very high, he could modify his own Qi Path killer move in such a short period of time based on the situation of the battle. But Demon Immortal Qi Ju did not know that the truth was that Fang Yuan modified the 5 regional limit formation. The Qi Wall killer move was just a supplementary move. Even though Fang Yuan lost Wisdom Gu, he still had plenty of Wisdom Path methods. The Qi Wall continued to rise, pushing back the white Qi currents that covered the sky. When it reached Demon Immortal Qi Ju, the Qi Wall suddenly changed. 2 hands, one black and one white, attacked him from the left and right. Demon Immortal Qi Ju did not dodge. He allowed the black and white hands to grab him. The hands started to exert force, but at the next moment, a loud sound came from the palms. The 2 black and white hands were immediately absorbed into a concave, secluded domain phantom. This time, it was Fang Yuan's turn to be shocked. He acutely sensed that this secluded domain of heaven and earth above Demon Immortal Qi Ju's head was much more complete than before. Demon Immortal Qi Ju knew that ordinary methods could not work against Qi-Si ancestor. He used his trump card. secluded domain of heaven and earth. Fang Yuan tried to attack. All sorts of Qi Path killer moves were swallowed by Xi Land when they reached Demon Immortal Qi Ju. It was like a bottomless pit, no matter how Fang Yuan tried. He could not fill it up. Demon Immortal Qi Ju had the upper hand above Xi Land. He was undefeatable. He even started to comment on Fang Yuan's various Qi Path killer moves. This black and white hands has a good concept. It should have used yin and yang qi, using the attraction and attrition between the two to increase the power of this move. Your Qi Path defense is also pleasing to the eye. Every thread of your clothes is made of astral qi. Are you trying to imitate the heavenly wind qi wall? It is a pity, truly a pity, if you could still pose a threat to me after my rebirth. Regrettably, I have just dismantled the turbulent flow sea area recently. Xi Land is almost complete. This move of mine counters Qi Path in the world. Junior Qi Si, you are no exception. How about it? Do I have the ability to borrow your immortal goo? Demon Immortal Qi Ju was called Qi Ju because of this move. It countered all Qi Path in the world. Any Qi Path killer move would be swallowed by Xi Land, unless the killer move's power surpassed Xi Land's limit. Regrettably, Demon Immortal Qi Ju had almost completed Xi Land. His battle strength had a qualitative change. Chapter 2018. Above Qi Si, white Qi shrouded the sky and surged intensely. Demon Immortal Qi Ju looked down at Qi Si ancestor with a grand demonic might. The Xi Land silhouette above his head was clearly visible. He was in an undefeatable position. Junior Qi Si, with my cultivation level, can I borrow goo from you? Demon Immortal Qi Ju spoke again. Fang Yuan had a grim expression. In the previous fight, he had already seen through many of Demon Immortal Qi Ju's trump cards. Ignoring the killer moves that Demon Immortal Qi Ju had, his trump card was the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Xi Land. Using this secluded domain of heaven and earth, he could counter all Qi Path goo immortals in the world. If it were any other path, Demon Immortal Qi Ju would not have such a huge advantage. But Qi Si ancestor cultivated Qi Path. He was severely restricted. From this, one could see Demon Immortal Qi Ju's nature. Even though he was domineering, he was not brainless. He knew that he had to use his greatest advantage. Thus, after rebirth, he did not fight the three sides. He wisely retreated. Later, he perfected Xi Land and raised his battle strength. Now, he was in front of Qi Si ancestor to forcefully borrow immortal goo. Once he obtained rank 8 Qi Path immortal goo, his strength would rise greatly. He would truly stand at the peak of the current world. Fang Yuan was not Demon Immortal Qi Ju's match with just his identity as Qi Si ancestor, but he was not flustered. Fang Yuan liked to plan before taking action. This time, Fang Yuan had already learned of Demon Immortal Qi Ju's threat. He had already modified the Qi Si formation. As long as he retreated to the Qi Si formation, he could resist for a while. If Demon Immortal Qi Ju charged into the formation, Fang Yuan could detonate the formation and create a chance to retreat. Speaking of which, this self-detonation method was obtained by Fang Yuan from Fang Dichang. Back then, Fang Dichang purposely schemed against Fang Yuan for Divine Bean Palace. He wanted to sacrifice the Wisdom Path Goo Immortal Swanbu gene to detonate the Immortal Goo House inside Divine Bean Palace to break through the bottleneck and refine Divine Bean Palace. Fang Yuan saw through his scheme and captured Fang Dichang. After soul-searching him, he obtained the method to detonate the Immortal Goo House. After modifying it, he placed it in the Qi Si formation. Once they self-destructed, the power would be terrifying. Even if it could not threaten Demon Immortal Qi Ju's life, it could definitely obstruct him for some time. On this point, Fang Yuan was very confident. However, if Fang Yuan used the formation's self-detonation to retreat, his Qi Si ancestor identity would be much less valuable. To protect this identity, Fang Yuan had intentionally restrained his Qi path methods during the Fate War. He had only used unlimited Qi Si once. If Fang Yuan retreated, Qi Si ancestor would be defeated by demon immortal Qi Ju. From now on, Qi Si ancestor's reputation would fall. His influence in Eastern Sea would be greatly reduced. Demon immortal Qi Ju frowned slightly. He shouted twice, but Qi Si ancestor did not respond. This pushed demon immortal Qi Ju's limited patience to the limit. He snorted coldly and was about to continue attacking when a blood-colored ray of light suddenly pierced through the sky and charged straight at his face. Demon immortal Qi Ju quickly dodged. Then he saw a demon judgment board appearing in the horizon. "Celestial Court, it's you guys again." Demon immortal Qi Ju sneered. "I did not come to find trouble with you, but you came to provoke me. You lost the Fate War. What gives you the confidence to act like this?" Celestial Court abides by humanity's righteous path. We do things not because of confidence, but because of our beliefs. A reply came from Demon Judgment Board. This was not Guyue Fangjing's voice. It was a woman's voice. Fang Yuan heard this from the side and had a thought. Qin Dingling came personally, so the external help that appeared in my luck is because of her. Demon Immortal Qi Ju pointed at the incoming Demon Judgment Board. The air surged and condensed into lumps. In an instant, hundreds of milky white Qi lumps shot towards Demon Judgment Board like meteors, causing explosions. Demon Judgment Board's momentum stopped as it shook intensely from the explosions. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was about to say something when his expression changed. He quickly retreated and moved away at lightning speed. It turned out that the blood-colored rainbow light that Demon Judgment Board shot earlier had turned around and attacked him. Demon Immortal Qi Ju flashed past the blood-colored rainbow light, but golden light suddenly shot out of this blood-colored light. The golden light quickly condensed above Demon Immortal Qi Ju's head and turned into a huge golden scissors. Crack, crack. The golden scissors cut at Demon Immortal Qi Ju's head repeatedly. It seemed to have missed, but Demon Immortal Qi Ju's expression changed. This is a luck path method. He quickly activated an investigative killer move and felt heartache. "Oh no, this golden scissors is reducing my luck." Demon Immortal Qi Ju placed great importance on maintaining his own luck. He had successfully revived earlier and dismantled the turbulent flow sea area to replenish Xi land. He had already expended a lot of his luck. This time, the golden scissors attack made his situation even worse. "Qi Si, Celestial Court, I will remember this. If there is a chance in the future, I will settle this with you." Demon Immortal Qi Ju's voice reverberated in the world. After saying this, he immediately drilled into the white airflow that soared into the sky, quickly retreating from the battlefield and disappearing. He retreated just like that. Inside Demon Judgment Board, Guyue Fangjing was slightly dazed. In contrast, the other members of Celestial Court had solemn expressions. Qin Dingling sighed as she pointed at Fangjing. This is the terrifying aspect of Demon Immortal Qi Ju. He remains calm at all times and has a clear judgment of the situation. Justice alone will only cause trouble for him, but in the current situation, Qi Si ancestor will not ignore it. With Demon Immortal Qi Ju's battle strength, it is not hard for him to resist the alliance of us and Qi Si. But this way, the situation will worsen. His plan to forcefully borrow Qi Path, Immortal Gu, will have no chance of success. Rather than that, he might as well retreat and conserve his strength. Fangjing was enlightened when he received the hint. "I understand. Demon Immortal Qi Ju is a person from 1,000,000 years ago after all. He had just revived and did not have much contact with new paths. Earlier, when dealing with Demon Judgment Board's blood path attacks and Lord Qin's luck path golden scissors, he mainly dodged them. After he familiarized himself with these paths, he modified his killer moves. It will be even more difficult for us to deal with him now. Indeed. Qin Dingling nodded. Come with me, let us have a good talk with Qi Si ancestor. Celestial Court's Gu immortals walked out in a line. Qin Dingling led them with a smile on her face. Guyue. Fang Zheng followed closely behind. Demon Judgment Board was taken away. It showed the sincerity of Celestial Court. Thanks to everyone's help, I survived this tribulation. Fang Yuan heaved a long sigh as he said gratefully. Qin Dingling wore a golden cloak. She was tall and had broad shoulders and long legs. She had a heroic aura. But this heroic aura was different from Feng Qimhong. She had a natural nobility, as if she was born to rule over all living beings. But at this moment, Qin Dingling had a smile on her face. She took the initiative to get closer to Fang Yuan. She spoke. If not for ancestors' injuries, why would demon immortal Qi Ju be so arrogant? Furthermore, ancestor is calm and collected. You definitely have a backup plan. I hope ancestor won't blame us for interfering. These words were very polite. Fang Yuan felt like he was bathing in a spring breeze. Celestial Court's situation was very different from the 500 years of his previous life. In the 500 years of his previous life, Celestial Court did not give others a way out. But in this life, the leader of Celestial Court took the initiative to give others a way out. After the Fate War, Celestial Court's Gu Immortals mentality was completely different from before the war. Before the Fate War, Celestial Court controlled Fate Gu. They had a huge advantage. But now that Fate Gu was destroyed, Celestial Court's strength fell greatly. They had to recuperate while also forming alliances. In Celestial Court's eyes, Qi Si ancestor was the best partner to cooperate with. If demon immortal Qi Ju wanted to find an expert to spar with, he would naturally look for Qi Si ancestor first. After all, be it Fang Yuan or Feng Zhouge, they were elusive and hard to find. But Qi Si ancestor stayed in Qi Si. He could easily find him. Since Celestial Court wanted to cooperate with Qi Si ancestor, they naturally thought of using demon immortal Qi Ju. After all, adding icing on the cake could never compare to providing timely help. Celestial Court did not help Qi Si ancestor repel demon immortal Qi Ju casually. They had planned for a long time. Be it Fang Yuan who was waiting patiently for demon immortal Qi Ju, Celestial Court was the same. Friends, please come in. Let me prepare some wine to express my gratitude. Fang Yuan led the Celestial Court's immortals into the Qi Si formation. He arranged a banquet to entertain the Celestial Court's immortals. During the banquet, he also invited the dying Xia clan immortals to join him. Xia clan's immortals were very grateful to the Celestial Court's members. They were very enthusiastic. Earlier, when demon immortal Qi Ju came to find trouble and fought with Qi Si ancestor, they were all worried. Eastern Sea's Xia clan's territory was completely taken over by Wu Shuai. They could only place their hopes on Qi Si ancestor. If Qi Si ancestor was defeated or died, it would be a huge blow to Xia clan. Thus, when Celestial Court helped Qi Si ancestor, it was the same as helping them. When Qin Dingling saw the Xia clan immortals, she immediately expressed her condolences and strongly condemned the Two Heavens alliance. She even promised to take action in the future to resist the largest variant human force in the world. This attitude won Xia clan's goodwill even more. Xia clan's first Supreme Elder's face was flushed with joy. Because this was different from the empty words of the other Eastern Sea superforces, Celestial Court had truly taken action. Earlier, Demon Judgment Board led the three immortals to attack the Two Heavens Grotto Heavens. This was something that all the Gu immortals in the world knew. Qin Dingling continued to ask about the Xia clan Gu immortals' current situation. Xia clan's Gu immortals answered. They were treated very well by Qi Si ancestor. In Qi Si, they were very grateful, but they were worried about when they could return home. Qin Dingling understood Qi Si ancestor's intentions even more clearly. He is raising his hopes. His ambition is not small. Qin Dingling was happy to see this. As long as Qi ancestor had plans and ambitions, there would be a basis for cooperation between the two sides. Fang Yuan naturally did not invite Xia clan's Gu immortals to join the banquet for no reason. Through Qin Dingling's attitude toward Xia clan's Gu immortals, Fang Yuan was even more certain of Celestial Court's intentions. At the same time, he asked the local Xia clan Gu immortals to be his witnesses. After all, as Eastern Sea Gu immortals, if they interacted closely with Celestial Court, it would lower Qi ancestors' authority in Eastern Sea. After 3 rounds of wine, Fang Yuan spoke. "Friends from Celestial Court helped me today. I will remember this favor. If the heavenly courts have any trouble in the future, I'm willing to move my old body and do my best for the heavenly courts." This was a clear expression. The Celestial Court's immortals heard this and became energized. Qin Dingling put down the cup in her hand and smiled at Qi ancestor, finally getting to the point. "I will not hide it from ancestor. Celestial Court is indeed facing some problems now. We are here to ask for your help." "Oh, please speak your mind." Fang Yuan pretended to be forthright. Qin Dingling did not mention that Celestial Court produced Qi harvest fruits. She took out an information path mortal Gu and handed it to Qi ancestor. Fang Yuan looked into it and was immediately moved. Chapter 2019. When Fang Yuan saw this half of Primordial Origin's true inheritance, the first thought that appeared in his mind was not related to the true inheritance. Should I use this chance to get rid of the Celestial Court's Gu immortals? This was a very tempting thought. Qin Dingling was the temporary leader of the Celestial Court. If they lost her, the Celestial Court would suffer a huge blow. Guyue Fangzheng was arranged by Providence to restrain the otherworldly demon Fang Yuan. If Fang Yuan killed him, he would be free from some of the restraints. Prince's Impatience by Zhang Shui, and the rest were now the pillars of the Celestial Court. Without them, it would be a huge blow to the Celestial Court and Central Continent's righteous path. But Fang Yuan thought about it and gave up on this idea. His current strength was not high because of the heaven path Tao marks on him. His battle strength could not be guaranteed. Even though the Celestial Court's immortals were chatting and looking relaxed, how could they not be on guard when they first came to Qi ancestor? It was just that to show their sincerity and friendliness, they pretended to be defenseless. Even if Fang Yuan activated the Qi formation, the Celestial Court's immortals would be able to take out their immortal Gu houses to defend themselves. If they were to deal with the Celestial Court's immortals now, regardless of victory or defeat, Fang Yuan's identity as Qi ancestor would be strongly suspected by everyone. To speak the truth, Fang Yuan was very willing to cooperate with the Celestial Court. Even though the Celestial Court tried to make things difficult for Fang Yuan and tried to kill Fang Yuan, they even forced Fang Yuan into a desperate situation. But as long as there were enough benefits to pursuing eternal life, Fang Yuan had no qualms about cooperating with the Celestial Court. The Celestial Court cooperated with Qi ancestor because there were benefits to be gained. If Fang Yuan cooperated with the Celestial Court, he would also benefit greatly. Ignoring the long-term benefits, Fang Yuan used the power of the Celestial Court to repel demon immortal Qi Ju. He ensured the value of his identity as Qi ancestor. At the same time, the Celestial Court took the initiative to send the remaining half of the primordial spirit over. Fang Yuan held this information path mortal Gu as he sighed internally. Back then, in order to obtain this Qi path true inheritance, he had spent a lot of effort. Duke Long was shrewd and experienced. Thieving Heaven's method could reduce his lifespan, but he successfully disguised it, using half of Primordial Origin's true inheritance to stabilize Qi ancestor. As for the remaining half of the inheritance, Duke Long held it in his hands no matter what. Fang Yuan was unable to obtain it. Fang Yuan had originally given up hope, but he did not expect that after the Fate War, the remaining half of the premier's true legacy would actually fall into his hands through Qin Dingling. In the remaining half of the premier's true inheritance, the triple Qi retraction killer move that Fang Yuan coveted for a long time was among them. Qin Dingling cannot be underestimated. Fang Yuan sighed internally. Before Qin Dingling said anything, she directly gave the remaining half of the premier's true inheritance to Qi ancestor. This was truly a huge move. Qin Dingling and the celestial court's sincerity was expressed fully. If Qin Dingling knew that I am Fang Yuan, I wonder what expression and thoughts she would have. Duke Long had funded the enemy once. Now Qin Dingling was doing the same thing again. If Qin Dingling knew that this person was the greatest culprit of the Fate War, and that she had given the true inheritance to him, she would probably vomit blood from anger. This old man has truly felt your sincerity. Friend Qin, if there is any trouble, I will definitely do my best to help the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan kept the information path mortal goo into his immortal aperture. He had some guesses about the Celestial Court's trouble. Qin Dingling saw that Qi ancestor kept the information path mortal goo and let out a sigh of relief. She was most worried that Qi ancestor would not help her. After all, Qi ancestor was a secluded cultivator. He did not care about this matter. He was also moved by the news brought by the reborn Fang Yuan. Qi ancestor knew that if he continued to cultivate like this, the Celestial Court would find trouble with him. Thus, he changed his way of doing things. Qin Dingling did not know how the Celestial Court became enemies with Qi ancestor, but since Qi ancestor believed Fang Yuan's words, it meant that Fang Yuan provided enough evidence for Qi ancestor to believe him. This was a mess. Fate Goo was destroyed now. The future had changed. The Celestial Court could not find anything. Qin Dingling could only make deductions based on the current situation. It was normal for Qin Dingling to have misgivings. After all, Qi ancestor and the Celestial Court were enemies, but because of Duke Long's mediation, they became neutral. In order to recruit Qi ancestor, Qin Dingling had to take out something that Qi ancestor could not reject. After Qi ancestor accepted Primordial Origin's true inheritance, he immediately expressed his determination to help the Celestial Court. Qin Dingling felt very gratified. Of course, this was not all she had planned. Primordial Origin's true inheritance was just a bait. Qi ancestor needed suitable Qi Path Immortal Goo to activate the killer move. And these Qi Path Immortal Goo were all in the Celestial Court storage. This was the bargaining chip to entice Qi ancestor. Maybe I can use Demon Immortal Qi Ju's pressure to persuade Qi ancestor to join the Celestial Court. This inspiration flashed in Qin Dingling's mind, but she suppressed it for now. She smiled as she told Fang Yuan about the problem that the Celestial Court was facing. Fang Yuan stroked his beard, understanding in his heart. As he had guessed, the Qi harvest fruit also appeared in the Celestial Court. Duke Long died. The immortal graveyard was destroyed. The Celestial Court no longer had a Qi path expert. It was very difficult to solve the problem of the Qi harvest fruit. Qin Dingling gave Primordial Origin's true inheritance without hesitation. She hoped that this true inheritance could help Qi ancestor solve the problem of the Qi harvest fruit faster. Fang Yuan thought about it before nodding. I will agree to the Qi harvest fruit. But I have no methods now. I need to enter closed cultivation for some time to study Primordial Origin's true inheritance. At this time, Xia Clan's first Supreme Elder suddenly spoke. Ancestor, you are injured now. You need to recuperate first. Your safety is not only related to Eastern Sea's situation, it also concerns the overall situation of humanity and variant humans. He was a little worried that Qi ancestor would cooperate with the Celestial Court and put Xia Clan's matter aside. Qin Dingling laughed. Xia Clan friend, don't worry, I will talk about the Two Heavens Alliance next. Wu Shuai is a current demon. He is a sinner who invaded the Celestial Court. The Celestial Court will not allow him to continue developing. We came here this time to ask for ancestors' help, and also to deal with this variant human force." Saying so, Qin Dingling paused. The Celestial Court is willing to take out immortal materials to support Ancestor and Xia Clan friend, to help Xia Clan recover their lost land. When war breaks out in the future, the Celestial Court will definitely send reinforcements to help everyone resist the variant humans. "Ah," Xia Clan's first Supreme Elder exclaimed in shock. He immediately bowed. "The Celestial Court is righteous. It is indeed the #1 human force. I am extremely grateful. Xia Clan is extremely grateful." Qin Dingling had a smile on her face as she chatted with Xia Clan's first Supreme Elder. Their relationship quickly became closer. Even though the Celestial Court lost in the Fate War, they did not lack resources. What Celestial Court lacked was manpower. This time, the Celestial Court came to Eastern Sea to entice Qi Si Ancestor, while also targeting Xia Clan's Gu Immortals to rope in Eastern Sea's local forces and build a foundation for the 5 regions' chaotic war. This was a long-term plan. Unfortunately, the Celestial Court and Xia Clan's Immortals did not know that Wu Shuai and Qi Si Ancestor were one. This was a huge scam. Fang Yuan did not hesitate. He nodded. "I will not allow the 2 Heavens Alliance to exist in Eastern Sea. I will definitely drive them away in the future, or even exterminate them completely." Qin Dingling stretched out her hand. "In my opinion, there are human forces in the 2 Heavens Alliance. It is just that the variant humans are firmly controlling the 2 Heavens Alliance. These human forces are not different from us. We are all humans. We should be united as one. So to deal with the 2 Heavens Alliance, we need to divide them first." Fang Yuan immediately heard the hidden meaning. "Don't tell me there are human forces in the 2 Heavens Alliance that have joined your side." Qin Dingling shook her head. "That is not the case. Instead, we secretly captured a rank 8 Gu Immortal earlier. She is called Granny Skeleton. She is the owner of Shattered Bone Grotto Heaven in the 2 Heavens. Granny Skeleton was persuaded by Enchong and wanted to join the 2 Heavens Alliance, but was ambushed and captured by the Celestial Court. This information was naturally provided by Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord. Lady Cold Ash wanted to unite the 2 Heavens human forces and fight for authority in the 2 Heavens Alliance. She had already recruited Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord as one of her supporters. But she did not expect that Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord had already joined the Celestial Court. "Granny Skeleton?" Fang Yuan paused before asking, "Is this person here?" Qin Dingling shook her head. "My Celestial Court has always won people over with virtue. After persuading Granny Skeleton, we let her go." Xia Clan's first Supreme Elder heard this and stared with wide eyes, feeling anxious about the Celestial Court's naivety. He wanted to say something, but stopped. Fang Yuan, however, looked at Qin Dingling with deep meaning and smiled. "It seems that Granny Skeleton is the key person now, and the opportunity to lure her to join us should be the Qi harvest fruit." Qin Dingling laughed and raised her cup, praising, "Ancestor is very perceptive. You can see through everything. There is also a problem with the Qi harvest fruit in that Shattered Bone Grotto Heaven. If we can solve this problem, we can rope in Granny Skeleton and other human forces." "Great plan." "If we rope in these human forces, the 2 Heavens Alliance will definitely suffer a huge setback and might even disintegrate. Those who are not of our race definitely have different intentions. The 2 Heavens human Gu Immortals are of the same clan as us. As long as we show our enthusiasm and sincerity, it should not be difficult to rope them in." Xia Clan's Immortals discussed. Many clapped and laughed. The atmosphere of the banquet became even more lively. Fang Yuan had a smile on his face as he sat on the main seat, looking at the various expressions of the Gu Immortals present. If they knew that their plan had been discovered by the enemy before they could even implement it, who knew how they would feel? Fang Yuan's gaze swept around before stopping on Qin Dingling's face. Although this person only cultivates luck path, she is already qualified to lead the celestial court. At her level, she should have reached the level of being able to communicate with other paths. Ordinary wisdom path rank 8s are only at this level. Chapter 2020, Central Continent. This Qi harvest fruit is mine. Get lost. Don't even think about it. The Qi tide had just passed. A group of Central Continent lone immortals were fighting over a dozen Qi harvest fruits. 4 grotto heavens, the Qi harvest fruits that grew inside them were a huge threat. But the Qi harvest fruits that were left behind by the 5 regions and 2 heavens Qi tides were treasures that all Gu immortals desired. The Qi tides had been going on for some time. The 5 regions Gu immortals were fully aware of the effects of the Qi harvest fruits. Gu immortals did not need any Qi path attainment. As long as they obtained the Qi harvest fruit and crushed it in their immortal aperture, they would be able to greatly increase the fusion of heaven and earth Qi and walk ahead of other Gu immortals, gaining freedom of movement in advance. Just as the immortals were fighting, a snow-colored rainbow suddenly pierced through the air. The rainbow was sharp and fierce, directly shooting towards one of the Gu immortals. This Central Continent Gu immortal only had rank 6 cultivation level. Seeing that the rainbow's aura was surging but was only rank 6, he sneered and activated a defensive killer move to resist. Bam! The rainbow pierced through the Central Continent Gu immortal's body. How can this be? The Central Continent Gu immortal stared with wide-opened eyes. His expression before death was filled with disbelief. They were both rank 6. Why was the difference so huge? Who is it? Don't tell me it is Snow Demon. The other 2 Central Continent Gu immortals also had rank 6 cultivation level. Seeing that their Gu immortal only lasted for a breath of time before dying on the spot, they were scared out of their wits. The 2 Gu immortals thought of a mysterious demonic path Gu immortal who had appeared recently. He was extremely vicious and merciless, frequently fighting for Qi harvest fruits. The 2 immortals quickly retreated, not daring to fight. That snowy rainbow ignored them. It went straight to the main target, sweeping away all the Qi harvest fruits. After the snowy rainbow succeeded, it immediately retreated. It was extremely vigilant. After traveling for the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn and constantly changing routes and concealment methods, this snowy rainbow finally stopped in the depths of a nameless valley. The ice and snow dispersed, revealing the Gu immortal's true appearance. Who else could it be but Bai Ningbing? As it turned out, after the Fate War, Bai Ningbing had been left outside. She was not summoned back by Fang Yuan. Bai Ningbing temporarily regained her freedom, but she didn't want to return to Fang Yuan's side, so she chose to cultivate alone. Over this period of time, she had been actively plundering many Qi harvest fruits to use in her immortal aperture. The Qi harvest fruits she harvested had little effect on Fang Yuan's 8 revolutions grotto heaven, but the effect on Bai Ningbing's rank 6 blessed land was very obvious. Bai Ningbing originally had future self. Her battle strength was at the peak of rank 7. But after the Fate War, the downstream of the River of Time became turbulent. Future self also lost its effect. Bai Ningbing's true battle strength returned to rank 6. If I get a few hundred more Qi harvest fruits, I'll be able to fight for an hour. Bai Ningbing used up all the Qi harvest fruits he had snatched. Suddenly, her heart jumped, sensing that something was wrong. She immediately shot out from the valley, but it was too late. A purple curtain of light quickly enveloped her and pulled her into an independent space that was separated from the outside world. This is an immortal battlefield killer move. Bai Ningbing frowned. Who is it? Come out. Clap, clap, clap. Following a series of crisp claps, Fairy Myrtle appeared. She smiled as she looked at Bai Ningbing. My battlefield killer move was just about to be activated when you sensed it, as expected of a talent that Fang Yuan chose. It's you. Bai Ningbing quickly recognized Fairy Myrtle. Her heart sank to rock bottom. The other party was a rank 8 goo immortal, while she was only rank 6. If she had future self, she might have a chance to resist, but the difference in strength was too great. Bai Ningbing could do nothing. Fairy Myrtle stared at Bai Ningbing, asking with interest, "How did you sense it earlier? I clearly did not see you use any special investigative method." Bai Ningbing's expression was cold as ice. She said, "I just sensed it. You were lying in ambush, waiting for me to take the bait." Fairy Myrtle smiled lightly. "You have been attacking too many times recently with the clues in my hands. It is not hard to deduce when you will attack and where you will retreat to. But you actually sensed danger with just your intuition? When my immortal battlefield killer move was activated, there was no aura leaking." At this time, another figure appeared not far behind Bai Ningbing. It was Old Man Zheng Yuan. Old Man Zheng Yuan coughed. "Lady Ziwei, this is the stimulation of human qi. Although Bai Ningbing does not have any unique investigative methods, his human qi is very strong. Since we are here to deal with him, his human qi will definitely surge, and he will sense it." Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, assuming a battle stance. "You speak too much nonsense. Come, Celestial Court." Fairy Myrtle's smile became even wider. "It seems you misunderstood. Bai Ningbing, we are not representing the Celestial Court, but the Shadow Sect. We are naturally not looking for you to kill you." "What?" Bai Ningbing was astonished. "You are siding with Fang Yuan." Old Man Zheng Yuan chuckled. "Junior Fang Yuan stole the position of the Shadow Sect leader. We are representing the true Shadow Sect." Bai Ningbing's heart shook. She immediately guessed the truth. "Spectral Soul has revived? You want to find trouble with Fang Yuan through me? How about it? Join us. Don't you want to deal with Fang Yuan and get rid of the restraints he placed on you?" Fairy Myrtle tempted. Bai Ningbing smiled coldly, looking deeply at Fairy Myrtle. "Of course I want freedom, but what's the difference between joining you and siding with Fang Yuan? It's even more restrictive than siding with Fang Yuan." She could see that there was something wrong with Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Zheng Yuan. They had clearly been enslaved by Spectral Soul. Standing with Fang Yuan, Bai Ningbing at least felt like an ally. But if she joined the Shadow Sect, she could only become Spectral Soul's slave. Fairy Myrtle nodded. "But you don't have a choice, right?" Old Man Zheng Yuan added, "Surrender or die. Make your choice." Bai Ningbing's silence did not last long. After a few breaths of time, she nodded. "I will join you." Old Man Zheng Yuan walked closer and patted Bai Ningbing's shoulder. "This is a wise choice. Don't worry. We will get rid of the information path alliance agreement on you. But your Dragonman identity is slightly troublesome. It was Fang Yuan who helped you change your identity. The Dragonman method he used has likely been greatly modified. It will be very difficult to get rid of this in a short period of time." "No matter. I am already used to it," Bai Ningbing said indifferently. She was either restricted by Fang Yuan, or she joined the Shadow Sect and was controlled by Old Man Inkstone. Later, she joined Fang Yuan and became a new Dragon Man. Now, she was being held back by Fairy Myrtle and the rest. Bai Ningbing was right. She was already used to it, almost at the same time, in soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven. "And this is the soul core I recently obtained. It is very strange. Please take a look at it." And Sun bowed respectfully and presented a soul core with both hands. Lady Cold Ash took the soul core and carefully examined it, her expression becoming more and more strange. She had seen countless soul cores, but this soul core gave her a feeling she had never felt before. Just the dark light flowing on the surface of the soul core was extraordinary. Suddenly, the soul core turned into a pitch-black lightning bolt that struck Lady Cold Ash's face and quickly seeped into her body. instantly restraining her soul. Lady Cold Ash's body tensed up. She reacted. She was plotted against by a relative. And Sun Yu, Lady Cold Ash took good care of her nephew and Soon, and promoted him many times. She did not expect to be betrayed by a relative this time. Lady Cold Ash wanted to resist. She suddenly stood up, and Sun jumped in fright and quickly took a big step back. But at the next moment, Lady Cold Ash's strength dissipated, and she fell back to her seat. She let out a groan. Black light spread in her eyes and quickly filled her eyeballs. Soon, she stopped struggling and stood up silently, and Sun knelt on the ground. "Greetings to Master." Lady Cold Ash spoke in Spectral Soul's voice. "This body is not bad. I will use it like this for now. Get close to Wu Shuai." Spectral Soul did not have guts goo. He could only devour the soul core and slowly digest it. After this period of time, he had already recovered some strength. He immediately attacked Lady Cold Ash. Chapter 2021. Roar. A huge immemorial soul beast with 2 legs on its head and a body like a mountain let out a deafening roar. But it was not being aggressive. It was struggling intensely, trying its best to escape. Its tail was grabbed by an ordinary hand. Next, a terrifying suction force came from the hand, hung long, like the sound of a hurricane. In just a few breaths of time, the entire immemorial soul beast was completely devoured by the palm. The owner of the hand burped. It was the owner of rank 8 soul path, soul pacifying grotto heaven, Lady Cold Ash. Right now, her eyes were completely black. Black chi was coiling around her body. A moment later, she stopped using her killer move. The black chi around her vanished as well. From the outside, there was nothing wrong with her. But the truth was, Spectral Soul had already taken over her body and devoured her soul. Spectral Soul sighed. "I'm full again." With the identity of Lady Cold Ash, he had much more freedom now. During this period of time, he had been devouring immemorial soul beasts. His strength rose rapidly and recovered rapidly. But Spectral Soul was not satisfied. Devouring immemorial soul beasts was not guts goo. Spectral Soul needed to digest them first. Otherwise, the immemorial soul beasts would contaminate his soul and make him lose his rationality, turning into a deformed soul beast monster. The first choice to strengthen his soul was guts goo on Dang Hun Mountain. It did not need to be digested. It could be absorbed almost instantly. The more Spectral Soul missed Dang Hun Mountain, the more he wanted to find Fang Yuan and kill him. Where did that scoundrel Fang Yuan go? When Spectral Soul thought of Fang Yuan, he could not help but narrow his eyes. Fairy Myrtle had already informed Spectral Soul that she had recruited by Ning Bing. This was good news to Spectral Soul. Fairy Myrtle had already found clues to Ing Wuxia. As long as she gathered these subordinates of Fang Yuan, she would be able to obtain enough clues to deduce Fang Yuan's location. Fang Yuan obtained so many Heaven Path Dao marks, but he is still nowhere to be found after the Fate War. His situation must be terrible. This is the best time to capture him. Spectral Soul was once a venerable. He knew that even at his peak, it would be a difficult task to refine so many Heaven Path Dao marks. Not to mention the current Fang Yuan. Even though Fang Yuan was strong, he was not a venerable. He had limited understanding of Heaven Path Dao marks. But the methods I left in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture cannot be used anymore. Spectral Soul understood that Heaven Path Dao marks would evolve naturally. The methods he left behind were Dao marks in essence. They would definitely be changed by the Heaven Path Dao marks. Once they were changed, his methods would be ineffective. If it was effective, why would Spectral Soul go through so much trouble to find Fang Yuan's old subordinates? He would have attacked Fang Yuan long ago. After half a month, I will be able to devour immemorial soul beasts again. It will help me recover my strength. Spectral Soul was planning when he suddenly received a message. In half a month, I will be able to devour immemorial soul beasts again, to recover my strength. Spectral Soul was planning when he received a message. Spectral Soul was overjoyed. Wu Shuai is gathering the rank 8 Gu immortals of the Two Heavens Alliance to discuss important matters. Lady Cold Ash is among them. Good. Wu Shuai and Fang Yuan have a close relationship. He might really be Fang Yuan's clone. Spectral Soul immediately moved, using Lady Cold Ash's identity. He left Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven and traveled to Eastern Sea's Xia Clan headquarters. Spectral Soul moved, using Lady Cold Ash's identity. He left Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven and went to Eastern Sea's Xia Clan headquarters. In the public blessed land, he smoothly entered Dragon Palace and met with Wu Shuai. On the left was Vice Alliance leader Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. On the right was the recently joined Rank 8 expert Xiao Hejian. On the left was Vice Alliance leader Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. On the right was the recently joined Rank 8 expert Xiao Hejian. Below them were the leaders of the variant human Gu Immortals. For example, Lady Cold Ash's position was close to the entrance of Dragon Palace. From this position, the political situation of the Two Heavens Alliance could be seen. The variant humans were clearly the majority. They held the majority of the authority. Meanwhile, the human Gu Immortals were at a disadvantage. They tried to resist, but there was nothing they could do. After all, Wu Shuai was a variant dragon man. It was natural for him to be close to other variant humans. If I kill all of them, how much of my strength can I recover? Spectral Soul looked around as killing intent rose in her heart. Sensing her gaze, Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord, who was standing opposite Lady Cold Ash, nodded at her, showing goodwill. Spectral Soul had already obtained all of Lady Cold Ash's memories. She had a thought. Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord, maybe I can make a move against him. A human rank 8 Gu immortal soul is more suitable for me to recover. Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord was thinking, this Lady Cold Ash can be used. Granny Skeleton's contribution earlier came from her. After this discussion, I might as well find her for tea and probe her intentions. If I can rope her in for the Celestial Court, my contribution will be even greater. Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord's thoughts were normal. In his opinion, Lady Cold Ash did not lose hope. She wanted to ally with the other human forces to resist the Alliance and raise the status of the human forces in the Alliance. But now, her method was completely useless. Granny Skeleton did not come at all. Moreover, the Celestial Court had already informed them of their next strategy, which was to divide the entire Two Heavens Alliance. Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord saw a lot of merit in this. Just as Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord and Lady Cold Ash were scheming against each other, Wu Shuai spoke from the main seat. I'm sure everyone knows why I gathered everyone here today. That's right, it is the Qi Harvest Fruit disaster. Most of you here have already produced Qi Harvest Fruits in your Grotto Heavens. These Qi Harvest Fruits are absorbing the heaven and earth Qi of the Grotto Heavens to grow. They are directly threatening the foundation of the Grotto Heavens. But ordinary methods cannot directly destroy these Qi Harvest Fruits. If we act rashly, we will be destroying the foundation of the Grotto Heavens and destroying our own homes. Now, I will gather everyone together to brainstorm and come up with a good solution. After Wu Shuai's speech, the immortals offered their suggestions. During this period of time, many of them had racked their brains over this matter and were deeply troubled by it. These Gu immortals might lack experience and battle attainment, but their foundations were very solid. Thus, they proposed a large number of methods. However, even though there were many methods, which one would be effective? Nobody could guarantee it. Nobody could say for sure. None of them cultivated Qi Path. The Two Heavens Alliance did have some Qi Path Gu immortals, but their Qi Path attainment levels were low. They could not be counted on. There are many methods. If we try them one by one, there should be a solution. Thus, what we need to do is to keep trying. Who is willing to try it first? Wu Shuai concluded and asked. Dragon Palace's main hall fell into silence. Nobody was willing to be a guinea pig. After all, clearing the Qi harvest fruits was extremely important to the Grotto Heavens. It was like performing surgery on their hearts. If there was any mistake, the Grotto Heaven would be destroyed. Even if they were lucky and the Grotto Heaven survived, its foundation would be greatly damaged and it would suffer huge losses. These Gu immortals are so pitiful. Thankfully, I joined the Celestial Court long ago. Even though Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord looked anxious and worried, he was very calm on the inside. He had already learned from the Celestial Court that the Celestial Court had already found a way to resolve the problem of the Qi harvest fruits. Thus, Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord was not flustered. But the truth was, Qin Dingling was only trying to stabilize Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord and make him more loyal. To resolve the Qi harvest fruits, it is neither hard nor easy. Spectral Soul knew some methods, but he would not contribute them. Right now, he was thinking about how to deal with Wu Shuai. There were many people here. He could not attack. But how could he find a chance to be alone with Wu Shuai? The biggest obstacle is still this palace. Spectral Soul felt some wariness. Dragon Palace was an enslavement path, immortal Gu house in essence. Spectral Soul was not afraid of this. He was worried about the dream path methods that Dragon Palace had. Spectral Soul had to be very vigilant against this. If he was caught by dreamy light smoke, he would lose immediately. Wu Shuai saw that the immortals were silent for a long time. He knew what they were thinking. He smiled lightly. Since none of you are willing to try, we will find someone else to try. There are many Grotto Heavens in these two heavens. There are still people who have not joined us. Their intentions are unfathomable. The eyes of the Gu immortals in the hall shined. They felt that Alliance Leader's idea was simply brilliant. Thus, the immortals agreed. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and others even flattered Wu Shuai. Which Grotto Heaven do you think is more suitable? Wu Shuai asked. At the next moment, everyone had their own opinions. Many targets were proposed. Among them, the one that was mentioned the most was Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Chapter 2022. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Xiaobai, let's see you off here. On the mountain path, Teacher Jiang stopped his horse and said to Li Xiaobai beside him. Li Xiaobai had a melancholic expression as he showed deep reluctance to leave. This student was able to survive in the capital all thanks to teacher's guidance and help. This student will remember this kindness for the rest of his life. I will never forget it. But after this farewell, I do not know when I will be able to see teacher again. Teacher Jiang sighed lightly. He patted Li Xiaobai's shoulder and encouraged him. Even though you failed in the World Poetry Competition this time, your fame has spread far and wide. Everyone knows that your talent is worthy of the title of one of the 10 great scholars. Moreover, Su Qihan has returned. The capital will be the stage for you to display your talent. Go back. I look forward to your performance. Li Xiaobai held back his tears as he bid farewell to Teacher Jiang. Riding his horse, Li Xiaobai walked on the shaded mountain path as he started to ponder about his future. He had failed in the World Poetry Competition, even though his performance was outstanding in the early stages. However, just as he had expected, he bumped into Mr. Jiang from behind. This caused Li Xiaobai to fall into an awkward situation. If he won against his teacher, he would be criticized for his morals and character. He would be criticized badly. Li Xiaobai had wanted to use the next opportunity to continue challenging the rounds. In the end, he bumped into his teacher again and again. Teacher Jiang was very helpless. In fact, he did not want to succeed by stepping on his student. But he had to grasp every opportunity because he had also found out about the significance of the World Poetry Competition. Li Xiaobai bumped into teacher Jiang again and again, causing him to be restrained and eventually fail. Even though he felt regret, Li Xiaobai also felt fortunate. My performance was too outstanding earlier, it was already too much. If I really succeeded like this, I would definitely be investigated. Even if I pass the investigation because I have no background and am not a famous person, I might be plotted against. Countless people are eyeing this opportunity to become an immortal. How can it fall into the hands of a minor character? The World Poetry Competition seemed to be extremely fair, but where there were people, there were dark veils and interests. Just by looking at the name list of those who had passed the selection of the World Poetry Meet, they were either nobles or celebrities. Even the so-called dark horses had extraordinary foundations and backgrounds. I didn't make it to the World Poetry Competition this time, but it doesn't matter. There will probably be a second selection in the future. Even if there's no second World Poetry Competition, can't I just rely on myself to climb up and become an immortal? What's the smell? It smells so good. While Li Xiaobai was thinking, he was interrupted by a wave of fragrance. This delicate fragrance was very pleasant. It smelled like the ink of a book. Li Xiaobai immediately became curious. How could there be such a fragrance in this forest? He urged his horse to gallop lightly, following the fragrance to trace its source. After walking for a while, there were dense shrubs blocking the way. Li Xiaobai had no choice but to dismount and walk on foot. As he moved through the forest, Li Xiaobai smelled the fragrance and knew that he was heading in the right direction. He was getting closer to the source of the fragrance. Finally, he pushed aside a patch of forest leaves and found a pine tree. The pine tree was full of pine cones, and it was these pine cones that emitted the rich scent of books. And on the branches of the pine tree, there was a small and unique brown tree house. Could it be that someone lives here? Is it a hermit from the mountains? Li Xiaobai carefully got closer and shouted. Student Li Xiaobai accidentally passed by a treasured land and took the liberty to pay a visit. Please forgive me, sage of the mountains. But there was no sound coming from the tree house. Li Xiaobai shouted a few more times and found that there was no one in the tree house. He walked towards the pine tree. When he got to the bottom of the pine tree, Li Xiaobai made a new discovery. It turned out that this tree house was not built on the pine tree. It was one with the pine tree as if it grew out of it. Li Xiaobai wanted to enter the tree house to investigate, but after going around the tree, he found that the tree house was one with only windows and no doors. What should I do? Li Xiaobai thought as he subconsciously placed his hand on the tree trunk. Suddenly, the tree bark started to crack and change. In an instant, a spiral staircase appeared and went around the tree trunk, leading to the tree house. A door also appeared on the tree house. Li Xiaobai only hesitated for a moment before walking up the staircase and entering the tree house. There were 3 rows of bookcases in the tree house. They were erected along the 3 walls. There were many goo worms in the shelves of the bookcases. The fragrance of books pervades the world, the reputation of talented scholars. The book house inheritance awaits the fated one. At this time, a piece of information appeared in Li Xiaobai's mind. Li Xiaobai inspected it and became joyful. So this is an information path inheritance. Even though it is only a Goo Master level inheritance and has no immortal goo, there are many rank 4 and 5 goo worms. There is also detailed cultivation information. It forms a complete system. It suits me. Speaking of which, my luck has been rising recently. It seems that my main body has already stabilized the situation. This was a top-level Goo Master inheritance. Not only did it have many goo worms, the pine tree itself was an exceptional mortal goo house, book house. Li Xiaobai stored the book house and returned the way he came. He successfully found his horse and rode it down the mountain, heading towards the capital city. At the peak of the mountain, there were two figures, an immortal and a mortal. The immortal was Huasong, while the mortal was the rank 5 Gu master Teacher Jiang. Teacher Jiang had witnessed the entire process of Li Xiaobai obtaining the inheritance. He said gratefully, "Teacher, thank you for promoting my student." As it turned out, Teacher Jiang's teacher was Huasong. Huasong smiled. "He is your student. According to our relationship, he is my grand disciple. He is a member of our faction. How could I ignore him? When the World Poetry Competition started, I already noticed him. He clearly had the strength to pass the round, but because he met you, he had to hide his abilities. I had hoped that the two of you could pass the round together, but his luck was bad. He kept meeting you at the crucial moment and was eventually eliminated. I am ashamed." Teacher Jiang lowered his head. "Ha ha ha." Huasong patted Teacher Jiang's shoulder. "You are very good. You can teach such an outstanding student. If this Li Xiaobai really disregards his teacher and defeats you in front of everyone in order to become famous, I will definitely punish him in secret. But Li Xiaobai respects his teacher and has a good nature, even though he failed this time. So what? It is this kid's fortune to be able to enter teacher's eyes. But teacher, why didn't you—" Teacher Jiang's tone was hesitant. Huasong sighed. "Even though I am the host of the World Poetry Competition, if I abuse my authority, I will be criticized by other Gu immortals. I will lose face in front of Lord Huayu. Moreover, Li Xiaobai is still too young. He lacks tempering. Suddenly promoting him to an immortal might lead to a disaster. It is better to let him walk more paths in the mortal world. An unpolished jade is worthless. Teacher is right. I was too shallow." Teacher Jiang submitted and said gratefully, "I understand teacher's painstaking efforts. You did not want me to feel guilty, so you gave Li Xiaobai such an important inheritance, right? It's good that you know." Huasong smiled. "You are my student. After this selection, you will be heavily nurtured to become an immortal. Next, you need to focus and not be distracted by other matters. Cultivate wholeheartedly. Don't embarrass me." "Yes, teacher, I will do my best." Teacher Jiang cupped his fists, showing a solemn expression. Even though profound literature Grotto Heaven adhered to neutrality and did not want to participate in any conflict between forces, they understood that chaotic times were coming, so they did not hold back in nurturing their own Gu immortals. Teacher Jiang and the others were quickly settled down. They had abundant resources, and many Gu immortals were personally teaching them. Teacher Jiang trained diligently every day. His life was extremely fulfilling. Even though he did his best to learn and perform, he was only ranked in the middle or lower tier. This showed the attainment and talent of these Gu masters. Even the Gu immortals teaching them were secretly satisfied. These people were the essence of profound literature Grotto Heaven. They were excellent seeds of Gu immortals. Half a month passed. Teacher Jiang and the others were about to welcome the most crucial moment of their lives, immortal ascension. With so many teachers protecting me, the success rate of my immortal ascension is very high. Once I become an immortal, my life will be completely subverted. Teacher Jiang was looking forward to it. He studied even harder. However, right when the first person among them was about to undergo immortal ascension, there was a loud explosion. The whole of profound literature, Grotto Heaven, shook fiercely. Next, an evil dragon that was like a mountain tore through the aperture wall and descended, filling the sky of profound literature Grotto Heaven. Large numbers of enemy Gu immortals appeared all over profound literature Grotto Heaven. They attacked at the same time and ignited the flames of battle. Teacher Jiang's side was the target of special attention. Dai, Wu Shuai controlled Dragon Palace to suppress them. It is the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. It cannot be blocked. Retreat. The Gu immortals defending this place paled in fright. They had no choice but to retreat. Rumble. After a series of tremors, smoke and dust surged, rocks were sent flying. This meticulously arranged learning palace was completely destroyed. Teacher Jiang and the others could not dodge in time. They were crushed into flesh and bones, dying on the spot. The Gu immortals teaching them felt their hearts bleeding at this sight. Their many days of teaching were about to bear fruit, but the greatest future potential of profound literature grotto heaven was destroyed in this one attack. Completely destroyed. Wu Shuai, my profound literature grotto heaven, adheres to neutrality. We have never made things difficult for you. But today, you actually attacked our territory and slaughtered the innocent. You are truly unreasonable. You have committed heinous sins. Old Immortal Hua Yu was alarmed. His face was flushed red from anger. His furious voice resounded throughout the world. Chapter 2023. Kill. Wu Shuai's roar shook the surroundings, resounding throughout the grotto heaven. Many of profound literature grotto heaven's Gu immortals had a change of expression. They felt Wu Shuai's powerful might. They could not help but feel worried. Profound literature grotto heaven had been peaceful for too long. It had never experienced such a thing. Even the current grotto heaven's owner, Old Immortal Hua Yu, was extremely surprised. Because profound literature grotto heaven was an information path grotto heaven, it was best at gathering information and clues. Once there was an invasion, it would be discovered first. However, Wu Shuai's attack did not just leave Old Immortal Hua Yu and the rest in the dark. Wu Shuai's sudden invasion could be said to be a huge move. He could actually teleport Gu immortals to different areas of the grotto heaven and launch a storm of attacks against the Gu immortals of profound literature grotto heaven. It could be said that this sudden attack was extremely successful. Profound literature grotto heaven's losses were severe, not mentioning Teacher Zhang's carefully selected group of future potential experts. Even most of the Gu immortals in profound literature grotto heaven were killed. Persevere. This is our home. We cannot lose it. I have already contacted reinforcements. We cannot let these shameless thugs succeed. Old Immortal Hua Yu shouted, stabilizing the morale of the troops. Next, he opened his mouth and moved his tongue, spitting out words one after another. These words were like a storm. They carried a chilling aura as they shrouded Dragon Palace. Immortal killer move, cold words. Dragon Palace was hit by this move. Its surface was covered in layers of frost. Its speed was greatly reduced. More and more frost formed. In the blink of an eye, it was already the height of an adult's calf. At this rate, the whole of Dragon Palace would be sealed in ice. Wu Shuai snorted coldly, activating a killer move to defend. The frost on the surface of Dragon Palace started to melt. The layers thinned as its power rose. Rays of orange light shot out. The orange light shot towards Old Immortal Hua Yu. Old Immortal Hua Yu mouthed and used another movement technique. Immortal killer move, quick words. At the next moment, his speed rose. He dodged the orange light with ease. Immortal killer move, vicious words. Old Immortal Hua Yu spat out a wave of words again. These purple-black words were like poisonous arrows that exploded on Dragon Palace. Rumble. The continuous explosions forced the Dragon Palace to retreat continuously. At the same time, a large amount of poisonous fog seeped into the Dragon Palace. Wu Shuai sat on the main seat. Seeing this, he remained calm in the face of danger and immediately activated his defensive means to resolve this crisis. Old deity Hua Yu's reputation was well-deserved. He was indeed an expert with some skills. He was actually on par with the Dragon Palace, and each of his moves was evenly matched. Of course, this was also because Dragon Palace was an enslavement path immortal Gu house. It specialized in enslavement. As for Wu Shuai, in order to preserve his trump cards, even though the 4 great dragon generals had been completed, he did not take them out. They often used the evil dragon, which had become a trademark of the Dragon Palace. The evil dragon was wreaking havoc. The Two Heavens Alliance's Gu Immortals were looting and killing. Wu Shuai was not anxious at all, because the situation was too favorable to him. Old Immortal Hua, you grew more anxious as he fought. He knew that he was entangled by the Dragon Palace. If he wanted to save profound literature Grotto Heaven, he could only rely on external forces. But could reinforcements really arrive in time? Although Old Immortal Hua, you was looking forward to it, he knew that he didn't have much hope. Even though he had a great reputation, and profound literature Grotto Heaven was in close contact with the surrounding Grotto Heavens, to get these people to help him resist such a strong enemy, Old Immortal Hua, you put himself in their shoes. If the surrounding Grotto Heavens encountered enemies and asked for help from him, and the enemy was the Two Heavens Alliance, he would also hesitate. The Two Heavens Alliance's Gu Immortals continued to wreak havoc. Smoke rose everywhere. Living beings were plunged into misery and suffering. Old Immortal Huayu, what other trump cards do you have? Quickly use them. If you don't use them now, you won't be able to save your Grotto Heaven. Ha ha ha. Wu Shuai laughed wildly. Old Immortal Hua, you was silent. His expression was dark. The two's battles sent shockwaves into the world. The Grotto Heaven's aperture walls were damaged everywhere. Suddenly, Wu Shuai's laughter stopped as he shouted in anger. Old scoundrel Qi Si! The moment he said that, endless Qi currents surged in from outside profound literature Grotto Heaven, gathering into a giant hand. The giant hand was like a mountain. It slammed into Dragon Palace and sent it flying far away. Next, a majestic figure appeared at the top of the Grotto Heaven sky, looking down at Dragon Palace. It's Qi Si Ancestor. Old Immortal Hua, you raised his head. Joy and surprise were written all over his face. Qi Si Ancestor's appearance was unexpected, but thinking about it, he felt that it was natural. Qi Si Ancestor was Wu Shuai's greatest enemy. He would not let Wu Shuai do as he pleased to the Two Heavens forces. Roar! Dragon Palace retreated. The evil dragon took its place. Qi Si Ancestor, however, had his hands behind his back. He had no intention of attacking. Wu Shuai, stop! I can let your Gu Immortals retreat. Otherwise, if we really fight, your Two Heavens Alliance will cease to exist. You. Wu Shuai's exasperated voice came from Dragon Palace. Qi Si Ancestor. The evil dragon's charge stopped. Wu Shuai seemed to be considering. Old Immortal Hua, you let out a sigh of relief. He looked at Qi Si Ancestor with an extremely grateful gaze. Qi Si Ancestor's action was to preserve profound literature Grotto Heaven's vitality. He did not want it to turn into ruins. This was not easy. Right now, the Two Heavens Alliance's Gu Immortals were scattered. Qi Si Ancestor could use this chance to attack them one by one and deal a heavy blow to the Two Heavens Alliance. But Qi Si Ancestor did not do this. He was concerned about profound literature Grotto Heaven. And before this, Old Immortal Hua, you had never interacted with Qi Si Ancestor. For an outsider like me, Qi Si Ancestor can actually do such a thing. He is truly a famous expert of the 5 regions, the leader of Eastern Sea's righteous path. Old Immortal Hua, you sighed, internally. But at the next moment, the evil dragon attacked. Dragon Palace followed closely behind. Qi Si Ancestor, it has been too long since that battle. Take this move from me again. Wu Shuai shouted. Despicable. Old Immortal Hua, you saw Wu Shuai's sneak attack and cursed internally. But Qi Si Ancestor smiled lightly. He seemed to be prepared for this. He said calmly, good timing. Boom. In the next moment, the evil dragon and the Dragon Palace collided with a solid wall of air. The Qi wall collapsed, but the evil dragon and Dragon Palace's momentum was also expended. Old scoundrel Qi Si, I am relieved that you are so energetic. Let's fight another day. Wu Shuai saw that he could not gain any advantage. He retreated slowly. Dragon Palace and the evil dragon left the battlefield and went out of the grotto heaven. The two heavens alliance's Gu immortals quickly retreated. They did not dare to stay for long. They were afraid that Dragon Palace would leave them behind in this dangerous place. Wu Shuai and the rest came quickly and left just as quickly. They left behind a chaotic, profound literature grotto heaven. Old Immortal Hua Yu did not rush to save the people or stabilize the situation. He flew to Qi Si Ancestor and bowed deeply. Ancestor, thanks to your help today, we were able to defeat the enemies. The entire profound literature grotto heaven is grateful to you for saving our lives. Qi Si Ancestor laughed heartily. He grabbed Old Immortal Hua Yu's hands and lifted him up. You and I are both humans. We should help each other and resist the variant humans together. That is what we should do. Old Immortal Hua Yu said hatefully, Wu Shuai is perverse. He is trying to overturn the situation of humanity. He is deranged and despicable. My profound literature grotto heaven will definitely be enemies with him. We will not rest until he is dead. Qi Si Ancestor nodded. In the current world, chaotic war is coming. Who can stay out of it? It is good that you understand this. Old Immortal Hua Yu cupped his fists again. I have observed all the immortals in the world. Only Ancestor's prestige has spread far and wide. Your virtue is worthy of respect. From now on, Hua Yu Grotto Heaven is willing to follow Ancestor everywhere. We will listen to your orders. Chapter 2024. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. A tea party was currently being held. Old Immortal Hua Yu only sat at the side. He gave the main seat to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used his identity as Qi Si Ancestor to talk to many Gu immortals. He obtained first-hand information about Eastern Sea's White Heaven. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven's Gu immortals were not the only ones participating in the tea party. After Qi Si Ancestor repelled Wu Shuai's army, Gu immortals came to reinforce him. These Gu immortals came from the surrounding forces of Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. They were late to reinforce Profound Literature Grotto Heaven, but they were all invited by Old Immortal Hua Yu to participate in this tea party. Fang Yuan acted as Qi Si Ancestor. He told the immortals he had already formed an alliance with the Celestial Court. He was recruiting the human forces of the two heavens to resist Wu Shuai's variant human alliance. He wanted to uphold the righteous path of humanity. Old Immortal Hua Yu was the first to respond. The other forces also responded enthusiastically. Many Gu immortals expressed their willingness to join Qi Si Ancestor's side to resist the tyrannical Wu Shuai alliance. Even if some Gu immortals were hesitant, they could not make the decision themselves. They needed to report to their superiors to make a decision. After the tea party ended, Fang Yuan was very satisfied with the result. He wanted to move the two heavens grotto heaven forces. The first step was very important. With Wu Shuai's active cooperation, almost all the Gu immortals of the two heavens recognized Wu Shuai's threat. Everyone was in danger. Everyone knew that no one could avoid this calamity, because even a powerful force like Old Immortal Hua Yu was almost exterminated. If not for Qi Si Ancestor's righteous actions, Profound Literature Grotto Heaven would have already been wiped out. The great chaos was coming. No one could remain unscathed. Only by stepping into the waves could they survive and grow stronger. One tea party allowed Qi Si Ancestor to subdue 5 Grotto Heaven forces effortlessly. Of course, to unify them, he needed some time. Important details, like the distribution of benefits, were not settled yet. Even so, Qi Si Ancestor's actions had already caused a huge change in the situation of the two heavens forces, and even the situation of humanity and variant humans. Fang Yuan naturally would not conceal this news. The moment the tea party ended, he announced it in jewel yellow skies. At once, the Gu immortal world of the 5 regions was shaken. Some sighed at the changing times and the impending chaos. Some praised Qixi ancestors' righteous path actions, feeling that he had a sense of responsibility as a human. Some guessed Wu Shuai's next move, while others thought about Eastern Sea's political situation. Qixi ancestor was publicly recognized as the #1 battle strength in Eastern Sea, now that he was so close to the Celestial Court. How would the other Eastern Sea righteous path super forces deal with this relationship? The 5 regional walls had disappeared, and the originally independent 5 regions had merged into one. Any change in one region would cause the 5 regions to change as a whole. For an expert of Qixi ancestors' status and identity, his every action would deeply influence the entire world. The Shun family of Donghai. Is there still no clue as to ancestor Shun Shang's whereabouts? Shun Songsheng sighed. I don't blame you. After all, the Qi tide is sweeping the world and happening everywhere. And the Divine Emperor City is a place closely protected by the Zhongzhou state. A Shun clan Gu immortal asked. First Supreme Elder, Qixi ancestor has already allied with Celestial Court. Celestial Court is even offering the latter half of Primordial Origin's true inheritance as a reward. What should we do? Shen Songsheng said solemnly. I have already discussed this with Song Qi Yuan, Hua Kai Yun, and the other First Supreme Elders. Qixi ancestor is an expert of Eastern Sea. We cannot allow him to be roped in by Celestial Court. We will activate the clan's treasury. Each clan will take out a portion of resources and gather them into a huge gift to befriend ancestor. Shun clan's Gu immortals nodded. They had no objections. Qixi ancestor was the most worthy person to rope in. Other than his battle strength, it was also because he cultivated Qi path. Right now, all of Eastern Sea's superforces wanted to exert their strength in Qi path. If they could borrow Qixi ancestors' strength in this aspect, it would be much easier. Especially after Fang Yuan's earlier performance, everyone in the Gu immortal world felt that Qixi ancestor liked to guide juniors. This made Eastern Sea's superforces feel that there was a lot of potential in this matter. Western Desert, Fang clan. Fang Gong's expression was grim. We offered such a high price, but Celestial Court still refuses to release Fang Di Chang. The reporting Fang clan Gu immortal lowered his head. First Supreme Elder, in my opinion, Celestial Court is not sincere enough. They are only trying to stall for time and keep us hanging. Humph! Fang Gong clenched his right fist and slammed it on the table. He was very angry, but there was nothing he could do. In the Fate War, Fang clan suffered the greatest losses. Not only did they lose Divine Bean Palace, even Fang clan's strategist Fang Di Chang was captured. There was no news of him until now. Fang clan naturally thought that Fang Di Chang was captured by Celestial Court. Thus, they secretly contacted them, wanting to pay a huge price to exchange for Fang Di Chang. But Celestial Court was only delaying and acting perfunctorily. Fang Di Chang was too important to Fang clan. Without him, Fang clan would lack a brain. After Fang clan refined Divine Bean Palace, they had the possibility of becoming the leader of Western Desert's righteous path. But the loss of Divine Bean Palace and Fang Di Chang made Fang clan's dream of becoming the leader of Western Desert's righteous path. Fang Gong was in a bad mood, especially after hearing about Qixi ancestor's actions. Qixi ancestor is already leading Eastern Sea, but what about me and Fang clan? We are stuck at a standstill. Sigh. Fang Gong felt helpless. The only thing that made him happy was that Fang Di Chang had already prepared for this. He gave Fang clan's Wisdom Path inheritance to Fang Yun in advance. Since Celestial Court is not willing to release Fang Di Chang, we can only nurture Fang Yun first. Fang Gong made a decision. He could not wait any longer. Time waits for no man. Nurturing a Gu immortal, a capable Wisdom Path Gu immortal, required a lot of time. Central Continent, Celestial Court. Qin Dingling looked at the information in her hands as she smiled, muttering to herself, Fong clan is actually willing to pay such a huge price to redeem Fong Di-chong. If they knew that Fong Di-chong has already been replaced and is actually Fong Yuan's clone, I wonder what they would think. Celestial Court already knew of Fong Di-chang's identity. Right now, Divine Emperor City was guarded by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerables Will. He had already informed Qin Dingling about this. Even though Fong Di-chong was sealed in Divine Beam Palace's painting, he still had a portion of authority. He had been resisting stubbornly. Even Genesis Lotus Will could not do anything to him. But soon, Qin Dingling smiled. The batch of Gu Immortal seeds we sent earlier has developed extremely well. They already have the strength to attack Fong Di-chong. As long as we capture this person and use his close connection with Fong Yuan, we can find the location of Fong Yuan's main body. Spectral Soul was secretly searching for Fong Yuan's main body. Celestial Court was even more so. Qin Dingling knew that Fong Yuan was at a low point now. It was the best time to kill Fong Yuan. If they could kill Fong Yuan, not only would they restore Celestial Court's prestige, they would also gain huge battle gains. Be it Fong Yuan's various inheritances, his Gu worms, his sovereign immortal aperture, secluded domains of heaven and earth, and others, they were all things that Celestial Court wanted. Qin Dingling replaced Fairy Myrtle to guard Celestial Court. Even though she was only a luck path Gu Immortal, she did her best and worked tirelessly. There were indeed results. Internally, Celestial Court controlled the 10 great ancient sects. It actively nurtured talents and recuperated. Externally, Celestial Court cooperated in Eastern Sea. They only had to pay half a primordial origin true inheritance to use Qi Si Ancestor as a tool. Capturing Fong Di-chong was just around the corner. The hope of killing Fong Yuan's main body was even greater than Spectral Soul's side. Everything will be fine. Chapter 2025. Divine Emperor City. Inside the painting, Fong Di-chong waved his hand. A large amount of white sand scattered. The white sand landed on the ground and melted, forming a puddle of milk. Gudong, gudong. Bubbles immediately appeared on the ground, and the beans buried under the ground swallowed the milk in large mouthfuls, growing continuously. In a few minutes, Fong Di-chong used up the few rank 8 immortal material milk sand he had. The originally barren land was now abnormally fertile. Green bean sprouts sprouted from the ground. Again, Fong Di-chong took out another portion of Lightning Path immortal material. The immortal material was digested by Divine Emperor City when it was thrown into the air, turning into tiny arcs of lightning that enveloped the entire bean field. The tender bean sprouts were stimulated by the arcs of lightning. They grew stronger at a visible rate. Continue. After the arcs of lightning dissipated, Fong Di-chong took out a third portion of immortal material. Time continued to pass. After 3 days and 3 nights, Fong Di-chong finally stopped his actions. He looked at the field. The beans in this field had already grown into divine bean soldiers. They were closely arranged next to each other. They were as silent as stone statues, waiting for Fong Di-chang's orders. Fong Di-chong sighed, thinking, this is the last batch of divine bean soldiers. I have basically used up all the immortal materials I have. As one of Fong Yuan's clones, Fong Di-chong had been trapped in the painting ever since he was plotted against by Genesis Lotus Will. During this period of time after the fated war, while waiting for his main body to rescue him, he was also doing his best to accumulate troops. Even now, the main body did not come to save him. Fong Di-chong could only prepare to save himself. He was now trapped in the painting and could not contact the main body. He could not even communicate with jewel yellow skies. But he had refined Divine Beam Palace earlier. He still had a portion of authority. This was the reason why Genesis Lotus Will could not do anything to him in the short term. Fong Di-chong used this authority to borrow Divine Beam Palace's power to nurture divine bean soldiers again. He kept accumulating divine bean soldiers. The current scale of his military force had already reached a considerable level. It is time. Let's go and occupy all the murals. Fong Di Chong ordered without hesitation. The divine bean soldier army started their journey. They split up and rushed to the edge of the mural, breaking into other mural worlds. There were large tracts of farmland outside the monarch city. The autumn wind blew, and many farmers were harvesting wheat. This year is a bumper harvest. Yeah, every family has a good harvest. What's that sound? The farmers were chatting merrily when a strange noise suddenly sounded, causing everyone to be bewildered. A group of divine bean soldiers, more than 300 people, barged into this mural time. When they realized that these farmers were like sharks that had smelled blood, they became violent, and their movements became extremely fast. They trampled on the farmland and killed anyone they saw. Run! There's a monster, let's go! Spare my life, please. Pooh! Blood splattered everywhere. The last farmer was beheaded and fell into a pool of blood. The divine bean soldiers successfully killed all the humans and occupied this painting world. The other mural was still outside Emperor City. It was spring at this time. The scenery was bright and beautiful. Large groups of scholars, and young ladies came out of the city for a walk. While they were talking and laughing, 3 to 5 divine bean soldiers suddenly appeared, causing the women to scream in unison. They actually dared to attack women. What are these things? The scholars looked at them curiously, while the guards directly surrounded them. The divine bean soldiers started to attack. The guards were already vigilant and were in a stalemate for a while. These strange things have evil intentions. Where did these things come from? Forget it, let's kill them first. The scholars cooperated with the Academy Guardian Goo Masters and killed these divine bean soldiers without much effort. But soon, thousands of divine bean soldiers arrived in this painting world. This time, the guards and scholars were unable to resist. After most of them resisted, their corpses were mercilessly stepped on by the bean deity army in the mud, and a small portion of them retreated out of the painting world, luckily surviving. Divine bean soldiers had extraordinary strength, at least at desolate beast level. But in the painting world, they had to follow the rules inside. There was a very small difference between immortal and mortal. Moreover, when divine bean soldiers entered other paintings, they were randomly teleported and of different sizes. Fong Di Chong attacked with a heavy fist, but the divine bean army scattered randomly and started to invade on the spot. Thus, some divine bean soldiers had good progress, while some encountered intense resistance, and some were directly destroyed by the Goo Masters in the painting world. Even so, Fong Di Chong soon showed a satisfied smile. My previous guess was not wrong. Divine Bean Palace's paintings are connected to Emperor City's paintings. Although I am sealed here, Divine Bean soldiers originate from Divine Bean Palace. They are of the same origin as Divine Emperor City, thus they can leave. The more painting worlds these Divine Bean soldiers occupy, the higher my control over Divine Emperor City. After reaching a certain level, I can even advance further and suppress Genesis Lotus will, becoming the Lord of Divine Emperor City. Fong Di Chang's large-scale attack made the Goo Immortal Seeds that Celestial Court had placed in Divine Emperor City's painting world gather and discuss countermeasures. What is going on with these Divine Bean soldiers? Chen Dejiang frowned. Sun Yao's eyes were bloodshot. I don't know either. After these monsters appeared, they slaughtered wantonly. They are extremely vicious and vicious. Those pitiful beggars and refugees were all killed by these monsters. Maybe this is our fortuitous encounter, or a test. Tang Ruqi guessed. Ing Sheng Ji frowned. I have killed many Divine Bean soldiers, but so far I have not gained any benefits. Wei Wushang analyzed calmly. Divine Bean soldiers are from Divine Bean Palace. According to rumors, Gu Immortals can plant these Woodpath soldiers on a large scale in Divine Bean Palace. When it is time for battle, the Gu Immortal will release them to fight against the enemy. Previously, when Divine Bean soldiers landed in Western Desert, they also scattered a large number of Divine Bean soldiers to fight against our central continent's 10 great ancient sects. Then what is the reason for the sudden appearance of these Divine Bean soldiers? Zhao Shuyi asked. Wei Wushang shook his head. I don't know either. Although we have been here for some time, this painting world is too vast and profound. We don't know many of its secrets and profundities. What are these reasons for? Right at this time, Xiao Qixing walked over. It's Brother Xiao. What information do you have? Or, do you know the truth? These Gu Immortal seeds asked one after another. They valued Xiao Qixing greatly, because among them, Xiao Qixing was doing the best. He had infiltrated the military camp and continued to rise in rank. He was already a minor officer now. Xiao Qixing said, I don't care about the reason for the appearance of Divine Bean soldiers. I only know that the higher-ups have already issued a military order to mobilize the army to encircle these Divine Bean soldiers. I am leading the army alone this time and need helpers. We can work together and slaughter these Divine Bean soldiers. After the battle, we will definitely be rewarded according to our contributions. I have no objections. These monsters should be punished severely, Chinda Jiang said. Sun Yao nodded. These Divine Bean soldiers are too excessive. They don't even treat humans as humans. I want to take revenge for those pitiful refugees. Count me in. Zhao Shuyi also expressed her stance. Soon, these Gu Immortal seeds of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects agreed and temporarily joined Xiao Qixing. Chapter 2026, Divine Emperor City, Painting World. On the spacious square, Xiao Qixing's group was confronting a group of Divine Bean soldiers. The scale of this group of Divine Bean soldiers was even larger than Xiao Qixing's group. How do we fight? Sun Yuan Hua had just asked when the Divine Bean soldiers had already started their assault. Xiao Qixing stopped the people who were preparing to attack and smiled. Everyone, please act as reinforcements and watch me deal with them. Xiao Qixing finished speaking and flicked his fingers repeatedly. A large number of goo worms flew out of his aperture. These goo worms landed on the ground and quickly turned into human shapes. Most of them were ordinary soldiers. A small number were clearly elites, and an extremely small number were even sturdier and more valiant. These are Soldier Gu, Sergeant Gu, and Sergeant Gu. Gu Ting squinted his eyes slightly. It should be, Wei Wushang roughly counted. There are about 500 people. It seems that Xiao Qixing is doing quite well in the military camp. He has actually accumulated so many human path Gu worms. Formation! Xiao Qixing shouted and activated the Arrow Army Formation Gu in his aperture. The soldiers under his control immediately gathered. The centurion led the sergeant led the sergeant, and the sergeant was surrounded by soldiers. The entire army was like a huge arrow. Without dodging or evading, they directly charged towards the Divine Bean soldiers that were charging towards them. Kill! The army led by Xiao Qixing let out a deafening battle cry, but the Divine Bean soldiers were deathly silent. The two sides were like huge waves colliding, and after colliding, they began to infiltrate each other. Xiao Qixing's eyes were like lightning, shooting out starlight as he concentrated on controlling his own troops. In the chaotic battle, the troops under his control were always united into small groups, maintaining the most basic military formation. In contrast, the Divine Bean soldiers were scattered and disorganized. After the initial stalemate, the situation gradually fell into Xiao Qixing's control. Once he gained an advantage in a certain area, this advantage snowballed and continued to grow. Soon, The partial advantage turned into an overall advantage. Eventually, Xiao Qixing's side obtained a complete victory. The Divine Bean soldiers were all killed. How is it? Xiao Qixing returned victorious. He looked at the other Gu immortal seeds with an excited expression, showing off his pride. Zhao Shuyi rolled her eyes and ignored him. Brother Xiao is indeed amazing. Chun Dajiang gave a thumbs up. Ha ha ha. Xiao Qixing laughed heartily and said to Chun Dajiang, if you had followed me back then, you would also have such achievements today. Let's continue forward. It's just a mural, Wei Wushang said. Don't be careless. These soldiers are just soybean soldiers. The most basic of the Divine Bean soldiers. Gu Ting said. The group continued to move forward, continuously conquering the Divine Bean soldiers. A moment later, they arrived at the busiest street of Divine Emperor City. The Divine Bean soldiers were slaughtering the citizens in the city. It was a mess. When Sun Yao saw this, she was so angry that her eyes spat fire. The first time she entered this place, she came to this street and experienced the flourishing scenery. Who would have thought that such a beautiful scene would be completely destroyed by the Divine Bean soldiers? There were corpses and blood everywhere. I'll have to rely on you all to make a move. Xiao Qixing said with rare modesty. The terrain here is narrow and the field of vision is not clear. My men and horses can't pass through. The other Gu immortal seeds naturally had no objections. They rushed to the front lines and attacked together. Xiao Qixing stayed at the back, controlling the soldiers around him to move forward slowly while observing carefully. He knew in his heart, since he came here to compete for Genesis Lotus True Inheritance, these Gu masters around him were his greatest competitors. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Now was the best time for him to understand these people. These elite Gu masters of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were truly extraordinary when they attacked. Xiao Qixing had a lot of accumulation, but these Gu masters were not inferior. Ying Shengji continuously took out Dr. Gu and turned into human form, saving the wounded and dying everywhere. Chun Dajiang, on the other hand, was surrounded by a group of constables. He also held a blade and a chain, participating in the front lines battle. Sun Yao, on the other hand, made Xiao Qixing look at her in a new light. She was surrounded by 3 dancers. Their long sleeves fluttered as they weakened the Divine Bean soldiers. At the same time, Sun Yao also possessed the human path killer move, joy in helping others. This move was very effective in strengthening her allies. As for Wei Wushang, he was flickering in and out of sight. His figure was like a fish in water in the chaotic battlefield. This guy has already grasped Thief Gu. Xiao Qixing realized. These elites of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects showed their brilliance once they attacked. Xiao Qixing also felt heavy pressure and became vigilant. I really can't underestimate these people. This chaotic battle lasted for the time it took to brew half a cup of tea before the entire street was cleared. Without stopping, Xiao Qixing and the rest advanced towards other painting worlds. The Divine Bean soldiers were exterminated by them one after another. Of course, they were not the only ones retaliating. The natives of the painting world also organized many teams and fought back with all their might, trying their best to kill the Divine Bean soldiers. Yi Fan and Hong Yi mixed in with the other teams and conversed secretly. These Divine Bean soldiers are really amazing. There are so many types of them. It is an eye-opener. These people from the 10 great ancient sects have also matured. We need to conceal ourselves carefully and not be discovered by them. They were the earliest people to enter the painting world. Right now, their accumulation surpassed Central Continent's people by a large margin, but Yi Fan and Hong Yi could only act in secret. After all, the outside world of the 5 regions was the main body. Once they were discovered by the Celestial Court, the situation would be terrible. The counterattacking teams killed faster and faster. Their efficiency constantly increased, and their casualties rapidly decreased. After they had sufficient experience, they completely understood the types of Divine Bean soldiers. Yellow Bean soldiers were only cannon fodder. Green Bean soldiers could shoot flying arrows. Red Bean soldiers had to be careful of their self-destruction. Black Bean soldiers had the toughest bodies, and so on. After understanding the characteristics of different Divine Bean soldiers, they launched targeted attacks. These Divine Bean soldiers were far weaker than they looked. The counterattacking teams kept winning and regaining more and more territory. Finally, they gathered at one place and came to the city wall of Divine Emperor City. Outside the city wall was a vast sea of Divine Bean soldiers. Xiao Qixing saw this scene and couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. The enemy was too powerful. It was not something his team could handle. Only by joining forces with other teams could they defend the city. The Divine Bean soldiers surged forward without any formation. They were a mess as they charged forward. Xiao Qixing and the rest occupied the city wall and looked down from above, constantly killing. The Divine Bean soldiers were like ants. They started to climb the city wall. The defending side resisted with all their might, not retreating a single step. The entire battlefield was like a huge meat grinder. A large number of lives were lost every second. This battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Eventually, Xiao Qixing fell on his, but he had no strength left in his body. His snow-white military robe was already dyed red with blood. Continuous cheers came from the surroundings. They had won. This largest group of Divine Bean soldiers had been completely annihilated. The outcome was decided. Next, it was time to clean up the remaining small groups of Divine Bean soldiers in the paintings. Wait a moment, we seem to be able to leave Divine Emperor City. Following the Divine Bean soldiers' route of invasion, we can counterattack their nest. During the process of cleaning up, everyone made a huge discovery. The army gathered again and finally reached Fong Dichang. In this painting world, Fong Dichang's strength was greatly reduced, but he still had a group of Divine Bean soldiers with him. So, you are the mastermind, the main culprit. You will pay the price for your sins. Why? Why did you slaughter the innocent? What grudge do you have with them? The crowd was furious, but Xiao Qixing and the rest secretly glanced at each other before moving towards the back without leaving a trace. So the source of the Divine Bean soldier calamity is actually him. He is Fong Clan's Gu immortal Fong Dichang. He had once refined Divine Bean Palace. To think that he is still alive and is even stirring up trouble in the painting world. Don't tell me the sect sent us here to eliminate him. Strange. Why didn't the Celestial Court directly kill Fong Dichang? Maybe this is a test purposely left for us. Or maybe we have to follow the rules of the painting world to deal with him. Xiao Qixing and the rest conversed quickly. Their expressions were extremely solemn. They were already the focus of their sect's nurturing targets. Thus they knew a lot about the Gu immortal world. Especially the participants of the Fate War, they knew a lot about them. Kill. Take revenge for our friends and family. I want to tear him to pieces. The Gu masters in the painting world attacked Fong Dichang. A bunch of dregs. Fong Dichang sat at the center and commanded calmly. The Divine Bean soldiers around him changed their formation smoothly like flowing water, especially when all kinds of soldiers cooperated with each other with great tacit understanding. The natives of the painting world suffered heavy losses. Xiao Qixing and the rest were also very shocked. There are clearly not many soldiers. How can they fight to this state? This is a Gu immortal commanding them. The difference is like heaven and earth. What should we do? Fight or retreat? Fight. We have the advantage in numbers. Even though Fong Dichang is strong, The gap between us is not that of an immortal. We have a lot of hope. Slaughter immortal. Someone shouted this slogan, but Xiao Qixing and the rest were extremely excited. Once they made a move, the Gu masters fighting at the front immediately felt a strong sense of support. In fact, not just them, Yi Fan and Hong Yi were also mixed in the battlefield, contributing secretly. Fang Di Chong snorted coldly. The Divine Bean soldiers kept changing their formation under his command, defending as firmly as Mount Tai. Xiao Qixing and the rest fought bitterly for a long time, but to their shock, they found a terrifying gap between the enemy and their side. The Divine Bean soldiers around Fang Di Chong were almost non-existent. What should we do? An immortal is an immortal after all. Not to mention that Fang Di Chong is a wisdom path Gu immortal. Xiao Qixing and the rest condition fell to rock bottom. Their fighting spirit faded, and they had thoughts of retreating, not daring to compete with Fang Di Chong. But right at this time, Fang Di Chang's body suddenly shook, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. He snorted coldly, looking at the sky as he sneered. Genesis Lotus Will, you finally couldn't help but make a move. Fang Di Chong was suppressed by Genesis Lotus Will. He could no longer control the Divine Bean soldiers as freely as before. Xiao Qixing and the rest immediately felt the pressure on them decrease. They were pleasantly surprised as they charged forward. The Divine Bean soldiers around Fang Di Chong continued to shrink until they were all slaughtered. Fang Di Chong had no choice but to personally take action. He slaughtered his way through the army. No one could match him. Good times did not last long. His condition continued to decline, and he started to get injured. After some time, Fang Di Chang's body was bathed in blood as he staggered. To think that I, Fang Di Chong, would actually die here. Fang Di Chong gave a sorrowful cry as he self-detonated. Boom! The Gu masters surrounding him were all blown to smithereens. Not even their corpses remained. After a short moment of shock, the surviving Gu masters cheered and cheered. We won. We finally killed the demon. Sob, sob, sob. Father, mother, I have taken revenge for you. Chapter 2027. Xiao Qixing and the rest strolled on the street. The battle had just ended. The originally bustling street was bleak and desolate. There were few pedestrians. Even if there were, most of them were injured. Fang Di Chong was unworthy of Western Desert's righteous path. He slaughtered the innocent and caused so many casualties. Letting him die like this was really letting him off easy. Chinda Jiang said hatefully. Ing Sheng Ji sighed and added, "That's right, this was once such a lively place." He he he. You guys are really funny. Wei Wushang laughed. This is only a painting world. It is Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's killer move. The people here are also not real existences. No matter how many casualties there are, it will return to its former state after a few years. That's right. Compared to this, I am more curious about what kind of reward the sect will give us this time. Gu Ting said. Xiao Qixing's eyes brightened. We succeeded in slaughtering immortals as mortals and also got rid of the internal threat of Divine Emperor City. With such a huge contribution, not only the sect, even the Celestial Court will personally reward us. Ha ha ha. Xiao Qixing laughed heartily, feeling proud of himself. This time, in quelling the Divine Bean weapon calamity and getting rid of Fang Di Chong, he had the best performance and contributed the most. In terms of rewards, he was the first. At the entrance of the alley that everyone passed, two beggars were sitting cross-legged in a corner, coldly observing their surroundings. The speech and actions of these 10 great ancient sects Gu immortal seeds were naturally seen by these two beggars. It is all thanks to you this time, Brother Shin. One of the beggars transmitted secretly. The beggar-like Shinshang smiled. Should I call you Fang Yuan or Fang Di Chong? The beggar beside him replied, I am just a clone. Strictly speaking, I cannot even be considered a clone now. I am only a remnant will. So, don't call me Fang Yuan. As for Fang Dichang, he is already dead. He died from self-detonation. I have no name now. I am just a beggar. Shen Shang's eyes shined with brilliance. You are too humble. Even without me, fellow immortal has already planned to escape with your life. The beggar nodded and did not deny it. My previous plan was to use the Divine Beam soldiers to invade and seize the painting world. That would be the best. But this possibility was not high. In order to consider victory, I had to consider defeat first. Naturally, I had to prepare a foolproof plan. My self-detonation caused my body and soul to completely disappear, but this will still remains. After a short pause, Fang Yuan's will continued. I do have to thank you for your help. If I rely on my own methods, there is a high chance of being discovered by Genesis Lotus Will. But with you covering for me, that's completely different. Fellow immortal Shenshang, your attainments in the Tao are getting deeper and deeper. Shenshang chuckled. Indeed, ever since the Fate War, after I unraveled the Venerable's human path killer move, my human path attainment has improved greatly. Now that he had come to this world of murals, he had to pretend to be a beggar all day, carefully observing and concentrating on comprehending. His harvest was quite plentiful. There are benefits to being a beggar. Beggars are people of the lowest level. They can look at the world as bystanders. They can experience kindness and harshness. They can feel hunger and thirst, warmth and coldness. Saying so, Shenshang changed the topic, asking, "What are your plans now? Are you going to leave this place or continue to stay?" Fang Yuan's will did not hesitate. I cannot leave this place. Even though I only have a will left now, I can only temporarily escape the attention of Genesis Lotus Will. I do not have a way to leave this place. What about you, Shenshang? Shenshang also shook his head. I also cannot find a way to leave this place. I have already secretly investigated those Gu immortal seeds of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. They came and went because they obtained the approval of Genesis Lotus Will. But I believe that as long as I continue to hide and research, my human path attainment will continue to accumulate. There will be a qualitative change. At that time, I will be able to find a way to leave this place. Fang Yuan's will took a deep look at Shenshang. He could tell that Shenshang was enjoying this place. But thinking about it, it was not strange. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's investment was truly huge. He created a world to deduce human path. In this place, human path was supreme. Other paths were just supplementary. Human path had the greatest development. The other paths were very weak. At the same time, this place followed the rules of the mortal world. The gap between immortals and mortals was very small. It was beneficial to the development of human path. There was also the isolation of inside and outside. Outsiders who entered this place would be isolated from the 5 regions. They would not even be able to communicate with jewel yellow skies. This prevented the spread of information and the contamination of information. Thus, this secluded human path paradise was created. Shenshang cultivated human path. Coming here was like a glutton encountering a peerless delicacy. He was like a fish in water. He was deeply attached to this place. Fang Yuan's will was currently residing in one of Shenshang's beggar gu. There were only 2 paths in front of him. One was to wait for the main body to rescue him. The other was to follow Shenshang and cultivate, using Shenshang's strength to escape. Information regarding the Divine Being soldier calamity was gathered in Qin Dingling's hands. Fang Dichang self-detonated. Qin Dingling frowned slightly. This result made Qin Dingling slightly disappointed. She had been hoping to capture this Fang Yuan clone alive. Then, through him, she could deduce the location of Fang Yuan's main body. To think that Fang Yuan's clone would actually commit suicide but this is in line with Fang Yuan's ruthless nature. Qin Dingling did not have many suspicions. It would be great if we could capture him alive. In the painting world, the gap between immortals and mortals is not big. It is a pity that these Gu immortal seeds have not matured enough. They could not grasp this opportunity. Qin Dingling sighed inwardly. Xiao Qixing and the rest thought that it was a huge contribution to slaying the immortal, but in Qin Dingling's heart, it was a bad evaluation. But even so, Qin Dingling decided to heavily reward these Gu immortal seeds. They were all important targets for nurturing. After settling the matter of rewards, Qin Dingling placed her attention on the battle in Eastern Sea. The battle in Eastern Sea was the battle between humans and variant humans. Both sides were led by Qi ancestor and Wu Shuai. They fought in the immemorial Two Heavens and Eastern Sea. The battle was getting more intense. After Qi ancestor sacrificed himself to save profound literature Grotto Heaven, he took the opportunity to unite several Grotto Heaven forces in the Two Heavens. Even though Wu Shuai lost, he did not show weakness. On one hand, he gathered the Two Heavens to his side. On the other hand, he launched sneak attacks and invasions on those Grotto Heaven forces that were observing from the sidelines. Wu Shuai's strategy was very clear and straightforward. Before attacking the 5 regions, he had to cleanse the Two Heavens and stabilize the rear. On one hand, this was because the distance between the Two Heavens Grotto Heavens was short. They could send troops to each other. If Wu Shuai did not do anything, when his army was outside, the Grotto Heavens would only need to pretend to attack to make Wu Shuai's army lose their footing. On the other hand, many of Wu Shuai's Grotto Heavens produced Qi harvest fruits of various sizes. Every time Wu Shuai attacked a Grotto Heaven, he would use the method that variant human Gu immortals thought of to try and get rid of the Qi harvest fruits. Wu Shuai's side needed such experiments. Under Wu Shuai's radical strategy, more and more human forces in the Two Heavens sought Qi ancestors' protection. Qi ancestor defended the Grotto Heavens while consolidating his forces. But overall, he was still at a disadvantage. Wu Shuai's Two Heavens alliance grew much faster than Qi ancestor. He actively protected the interests of variant humans. More and more variant human Grotto Heavens joined him. In the Two Heavens, variant human Grotto Heavens outnumbered human Grotto Heavens by a lot. The final batch of variant human forces that were observing from the sidelines joined Wu Shuai. On one hand, they had no choice in the situation. On the other hand, if they did not join, there would be no hope of resolving the problem of the Qi harvest fruits in the Grotto Heavens. Wu Shuai's reputation soared, but the problem of the Qi harvest fruits was still troubling him. The Two Heavens alliance tried many methods, but they all failed to get rid of the Qi harvest fruits. Qi ancestors' progress in researching the profundity of the Qi harvest fruits was also slow. Wu Shuai and Qi ancestor fought. Even though there were frequent conflicts, there were not many casualties. That was because the focus of both sides was not to eliminate the other, but to get rid of the problem of the Qi harvest fruits. In this world, the person who knows the profundity of the Qi harvest fruits the most is probably demon immortal Qi Ju. It is a pity that I am not strong enough to deal with him. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. He had already resolved the problem in Providence, but Fang Yuan still had no idea how to refine the Heaven Path Tao marks. Demon immortal Qi Ju, who Fang Yuan was talking about, had arrived at Western Desert. He should be nearby. Demon immortal Qi Ju flew at a low altitude, searching around. He could not borrow Gu from Qi ancestor, so he used Qi Path investigative methods to search for other Qi Path immortal Gu. In the end, along the way, he found several Qi Path immortal Gu. These Qi Path immortal Gu were mostly wild immortal Gu. They were naturally produced after the Qi tides. A small portion were snatched by demon immortal Qi Ju from other Gu immortals. Demon Immortal Chi Ju was not ruthless. As long as he obtained the Chi Path Immortal Goo, he would let the Goo Immortal leave. Along the way, Demon Immortal Chi Ju gradually left Eastern Sea and arrived at Western Desert. I deduced that a Chi Path Immortal Goo should be nearby. Demon Immortal Chi Ju was thinking when a Goo Immortal suddenly appeared in his investigative range. Chapter 2028. Demon Immortal Chi Ju saw that this Goo Immortal had a headband on his head. He wore a green robe and had a tall and handsome posture. He had a thought. The Chi Path Immortal Goo that I deduced, is it on this person? With this thought, Demon Immortal Chi Ju attacked. With a loud rumble, a huge white air current giant hand grabbed towards Red Heart Traveler. Almost at the same time, Demon Immortal Chi Ju discovered Red Heart Traveler. Red Heart Traveler also discovered Demon Immortal Chi Ju. Demon Immortal Chi Ju did not recognize Red Heart Traveler, but Red Heart Traveler already had first-hand information about Demon Immortal Chi Ju from the Celestial Court. Seeing the white gas hand flying towards him, Scarlet Heart Traveler's heart jumped, and he quickly dodged and retreated. Red Heart Traveler was a Goo Immortal of Celestial Court, a former board lord of Demon Judgment Board. He had great battle strength. During the Fated War, he came to the Western Desert and disguised himself as a fiendish immortal of the Blood Path. He attracted the attention of many super forces of the Western Desert's righteous path and held back a large number of hostile forces for the Central Continent. In Western Desert's Goo Immortal world, Red Heart Traveler had the confidence to fight against almost all Western Desert Goo Immortals. But his current opponent was Demon Immortal Chi Ju, one of the strongest Goo Immortals in the current world. Red Heart Traveler was very clear that he was not Demon Immortal Chi Ju's match. The difference between him and the enemy was too great. The loser of this battle would definitely be him. Hence, Red Heart Traveler's retreat was very straightforward. At the next moment, Demon Immortal Chi Ju saw a blood-colored halo rise behind Red Heart Traveler's head. The latter's speed suddenly increased, and he easily dodged his Chi current hand. Demon Immortal Chi Ju exclaimed lightly, muttering to himself, "Blood Path again? In the current world, the Blood Path seems to be very popular." Demon Immortal Chi Ju was naturally not willing to let Red Heart Traveler off so easily. He chased after him. The two immortals, one chasing and the other fleeing, quickly traversed thousands of miles. Demon Immortal Chi Ju was shocked to find that his main movement method could not catch up to Red Heart Traveler. Of course, he did not widen the gap. I've already improved my movement technique, but I didn't expect that I still wouldn't be able to catch up to him. Who was this person? A rank 8 Blood Path Goo Immortal. Demon Immortal Chi Ju searched through his memories and slowly found some clues. He had searched Qing Huizi's soul and obtained a lot of information. Red Heart Traveler's true identity had not been exposed, but he had wreaked havoc in Western Desert and had such a sensitive identity of rank 8 Blood Path. Information regarding him had already spread to Jewel Yellow Skies, and all the Goo Immortals in the world had heard of him. After chasing for a while, Demon Immortal Chi Ju suddenly roared, "Where are you running to?" After he finished preparing, he activated a killer move. Red Heart Traveler suddenly felt the airflow around his body roll up, seriously affecting his speed. He sighed internally. He could only turn around and fight Demon Immortal Chi Ju. Demon Immortal Chi Ju's moves were vast and majestic. Milky white chi currents surged. It was like a tsunami with unstoppable might. The moment they truly exchanged blows, Red Heart Traveler fell into a disadvantageous position without any surprise. However, his methods weren't weak either. Bloody light pervaded the air and flowers of blood bloomed. There was no evil energy at all. Instead, it was warm and righteous, standing firm. Red Heart Traveler struggled with all his might. After a few rounds, his whole body was drenched in sweat. He sighed internally. This Demon Immortal Chi Ju is indeed a famous old monster. He is truly too strong. Red Heart Traveler felt that he was like a small boat under Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's frenzied attacks. He could only dodge with all his strength and stall for time. After several rounds, Red Heart Traveler was already in a perilous situation. At this time, he suddenly heard a beast roar, an immemorial desolate beast drilled out from under the desert and attacked Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's back. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju was caught unprepared, but he was not flustered in the face of danger. He stretched out his hand, and a mountainous chi current hand slammed towards the immemorial desolate beast. But just as this immemorial desolate beast was about to be slammed by the hand, its body suddenly shone with bright light. It turned into an immemorial swallow and shot towards Demon Immortal Chi-Ju like a sharp black arrow. So it is a transformation path, Gu Immortal. Haha, interesting. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju was slightly startled. He had to stop and deal with it while praising generously. The one who came to help was naturally 9 Spiritual Fairy. She and Red Heart Traveler came to Western Desert together. They were helping each other. With her help, Red Heart Traveler's situation immediately turned for the better. He was finally saved from the brink of death. We can't fight for long. This old demon is too powerful. We are not his match. The reason why we can resist him now is because he is not familiar with our methods. Red Heart Traveler hurriedly transmitted. He fought with Demon Immortal Chi-Ju and thoroughly felt the terror of a peak expert in the present age. The reason why Demon Immortal Chi-Ju did not kill him was because he had just been reborn and had not completely adapted to it. If they really fought, the 2 immortals of Celestial Court would be killed by Demon Immortal Chi-Ju sooner or later. I have a way. Follow me. 9 Spiritual Fairy transmitted, retreating while fighting. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju chased after the 2 immortals of Celestial Court. He went through many twists and turns until he reached a desert. 9 Spiritual Fairies suddenly turned into an immemorial desolate beast. She held Red Heart Traveler in her mouth and plunged into the desert. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju snorted coldly. You think you are smart. He clapped his hands. With a loud sound, heaven and earth shook. Milky white chi currents crashed onto the surface of the desert like a tsunami, causing the surrounding 100 li of desert to sink by over 100 feet. 9 Spiritual Fairy gave a muffled grunt, suffering heavy injuries. Red Heart Traveler quickly healed her injuries. 9 Spiritual Fairy did not dare to turn around to fight. She focused on moving underground. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju was about to dive into the sand and continue his pursuit when he heard a beast roar. At the next moment, a huge immemorial soul beast emerged from the bottom of the desert. Seeing this immemorial soul beast, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's pupils shrunk. This immemorial soul beast had a strange shape. It had a sinister appearance. It had a tortoise shell for tiger claws, a dragon tail, a snake neck, and a human head. Its hair was disheveled. Its eyes were filled with anger and ferocity. This was a legendary immemorial desolate beast. It even had many immortal goo. Ah, you found Qing Cho. Seeing that Demon Immortal Chi-Ju was entangled by the immemorial soul beast, Red Heart Traveler cried out in shock. This immemorial soul beast was Qing Cho. After Divine Bean Palace was seized by Fong Clan, Qing Cho left Divine Bean Palace and hid in a corner. There was no news of it. But during the Fate War, Divine Bean Palace and Emperor City merged into one. Genesis Lotus will came out to control the situation. After the Fate War, Genesis Lotus will naturally handed all kinds of information to Celestial Court. Qin Dingling not only knew Fang Dichang's true identity, she even obtained information about Qing Cho. Divine Bean Palace had imprisoned Qing Cho for so many years, Genesis Lotus will understood it too well. It had a secret method to search for it. After Qin Dingling obtained this secret method, she secretly ordered 9 Spiritual Fairy to search for Qing Cho and subdue it. Ching Cho was a legendary immemorial beast. Not only did it have outstanding battle strength, it also had an innate ability to discern everything about spectral soul. If Celestial Court obtained it, not only could they deal with Feng Yuan, they could also deal with spectral soul. It was killing two birds with one stone. 9 Spiritual Fairy had found Ching Chow's location not long ago, but she did not have enough strength. She had no confidence in forcefully attacking it. Now that Red Heart Traveler encountered Demon Immortal Chi-Ju, she came up with a plan to lure Demon Immortal Chi-Ju into a fight with Ching Cho. This is great. At this rate, we can watch from the sidelines and reap the rewards. Red Heart Traveler laughed. Ching Cho is not Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's match. We can only act according to the situation. 9 Spiritual Fairy conversed while using all her strength to move deeper underground. The further away from the battlefield, the better. However, contrary to Celestial Court's expectations, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju soon sensed something amiss. He opened his mouth and breathed out endless chi currents that filled the surroundings. He threw himself into it and quickly vanished. Ching Cho had no opponent. It also chose to leave the battlefield and escape into the sky. Deep underground, Celestial Court's 2 immortals looked at each other. Red Heart Traveler suddenly said, "Oh no, we can't keep that Blood Sea true inheritance." 9 Spiritual Fairy was dazed for a moment before reacting. "You really found that Blood Path true inheritance?" Red Heart Traveler nodded and sighed. Celestial Court's clues were not wrong. The crucial thing was that the Chi Tides exposed some clues about the Blood Sea true inheritance. I searched for half a month before finally arriving at the final location. But there, I encountered Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. 9 Spiritual Fairy was silent. On the other side, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju returned to his original location. "It is indeed here." He inspected for a while and found that the Chi was still here. It had not moved. After trying for a while, he successfully obtained this Blood Sea true inheritance. Blood Sea Ancestor had set up hundreds of thousands of inheritance secret areas in Central Continent, Southern Border, and other places. Among them, there were only 9 true inheritances. Right now, this one was already in Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's hands. Blood Path True Inheritance. Amazing. With this true inheritance, it will be several times easier for me to deal with Blood Path Gu Immortals. And this Blood Chi Immortal Gu is also suitable for me. Ha ha ha. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju laughed loudly. When he used killer moves earlier, he almost always expended immortal material Chi. Now, every time he obtained a Chi Path Immortal Gu, his strength would rise by a level. Chapter 2029. Western Desert. Strong winds blew and sand surged. A caravan was moving with difficulty in the desolate desert. Oh heavens, we are finally returning to Sandwolf City. In the caravan, Peng De had an exhausted expression as he sighed. Gu Master Mo Li was sitting on a camel beside him. He looked at Peng De and teased, "Lad, your thinking is different from the first time we set off." Peng De's face blushed. When Mo Li first organized the caravan, he was very excited. He thought the adventure would be very exciting. But after several caravan trips, Peng De had already realized how naive he had been. In this world, caravan was not only difficult and risky, it was also very tiring and difficult to move forward. If one was careless, they would lose their lives in the vast and merciless desert. But Peng De's sigh resonated with the other Gu masters in the caravan. "Yes, we are going home again. Although we did not encounter any danger during this caravan trip, we are really tired. After we return, I want to take a good bath. I can't help but want to go to a tavern to drink." Ha ha. Mo Li smiled. He thought of his wife and son, who had changed greatly recently. His son was chosen and heavily nurtured. He could be said to be a prodigal son who had turned over a new leaf. All of these beautiful things gave Emily new hope and motivation to live. No matter how difficult caravan was, he could enjoy it. Wait, there is a situation. The Goo Master in charge of scouting at the front of the caravan suddenly shouted a warning. Pangda immediately tensed up, but also felt strange. Logically speaking, this was near Sandwolf City. There should be no danger here. But why was there a warning? Emily immediately activated his investigative goo. His body stiffened as he shouted, "There is a strange situation. Everyone move forward at full speed." Pangda and the rest did not know the reason, but seeing Emily leading the way, they trusted the caravan leader and quickly followed. As they got closer to Sandwolf City, even without using goo worms, they discovered the abnormality. Several plumes of gray smoke could be seen rising into the air. There was also the smell of burning and fire coming from the direction of Sandwolf City. Everyone in the caravan felt a strong sense of foreboding, and they quickened their pace. Finally, they arrived at the entrance of Sandwolf City. This is impossible. What's going on? Heavens, this is a dream. It must be a dream. Some of the members of the caravan directly knelt on the sand. Some broke down and cried. Even the usually steady leader Molly was stunned on the spot. Pangda's eyes widened, looking at the scene before him in disbelief. The once bustling Sandwolf City was now in ruins. There were corpses everywhere, broken walls, burning flames, and smoke everywhere. The scene was too horrible to look at. Emily muttered, and suddenly ran into the city as if he was electrocuted. His action woke up many people. The Goo Masters quickly ran back to their homes. Pangda did not have a home, so he quickly urged the camel to follow Uncle Emily. Emily's speed was extremely fast. He was extremely anxious and directly left Pangda far behind. Fortunately, Pangda had returned to Sandwolf City a few times and had already figured out the route. He knew where Uncle Emily's house was. When Pangda arrived at Molly's house, he saw a ruin. Emily, on the other hand, knelt on the ruins and looked at his wife's corpse that he had just dug out in silence. From Uncle Emily's silence, Pangda could feel the mountain-like weight on his back. How could this be? What happened here? Pangda was sorrowful, but also very confused. In his opinion, Sandwolf City was such a huge city, with so many Goo Masters stationed inside, but it was actually destroyed and turned into a dead city. What kind of force could destroy Sandwolf City? Was it a chi-tide calamity? The traces left at the scene did not seem like it at all. This world is really too dangerous. People are living in constant danger. Even Goo Masters are the same. There is no such thing as a safe place. Pangda felt increasingly insignificant in his heart. He looked at Emily, who was kneeling on the ground like a stone statue. He opened his mouth several times before finally saying, "Uncle, we need to pull ourselves together. Don't forget that you still have a son." These words shook Missouri slightly. His eyes shined with the light of hope again. "Pangda, thank you for your reminder. My son is still in the inner city. He is a Goo immortal seed and is being nurtured heavily. He is definitely fine. He is definitely well protected. Let's go and find him." Emily brought his wife's corpse and hurriedly went to the inner city with Pangda. The whole inner city had turned into a huge crater. The inner city was gone. Several caravan members stood at the edge of the crater, looking at it blankly. Emily came to their side and looked at the huge crater. His lips trembled, and his face was extremely pale. He could not speak. Pangda secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. He could see that this huge crater was completely the footprint of a wild beast. Such a huge footprint. The size of this wild beast was simply unimaginable. This is not man-made. A beast calamity. A huge beast as big as a mountain attacked Sandwolf City and killed everyone. The caravan members analyzed and gradually started crying. Mo Li fell into a deathly silence. Pengde could not persuade him. Uncle, Mo Li once had such a beautiful family, but suddenly everything was gone. Only he was left. Fate was so cruel to Mo Li and all the surviving members of the caravan. Boom. Right at this time, the air above everyone's head suddenly surged, emitting a sonic boom. This sound immediately attracted everyone's attention. Did the huge beast not leave? Pengde quickly raised his head and saw two figures floating in the sky. Gu Immortals! The other Gu Masters shouted. This place is also in trouble. The Gu Immortals in the sky conversed. Their voices were transmitted down without any intention of concealing it. This damned beast caused our Mo clan to suffer such heavy losses. When we catch it, we will tear out its tendons and skin it alive to vent our anger. Another Gu Immortal replied, furiously, Let's go. We are about to catch up. The two Gu Immortals flew away, leaving this place. The Gu Masters on the ground were silent for a while before someone suddenly started crying loudly. Father, Mother, you died so miserably. I cannot take revenge for you, but there are immortals who can uphold justice for you. Pengde was silent. His mood was very heavy. At this moment, he suddenly realized, even if he became a Gu Master, even if he became a rank 5 Gu Master, what was the use? Only by becoming a Gu Immortal could he control a bit of his own fate in this world. I want to go take a look. Mo Li suddenly spoke with a resolute expression. Leader, are you crazy? The surrounding Gu Masters quickly urged. Mo Li's attitude, however, was firm. I am useless. I cannot take revenge for my wife and children, but I will do my best to see the culprit punished with my own eyes by a Gu Immortal. If I don't even grasp this chance, even if I survive, I will regret it for the rest of my life. These words resonated with the other Gu Masters. They responded and expressed that they wanted to go with Mo Li to witness justice. Uncle, I want to go with you. Pengde said. Stay behind, lad. Mo Li looked at Pengde, his expression softening. Pengde smiled bitterly. Uncle, you have saved me time and time again. You are the closest person to me in this world. Since I am following you, I will not separate from you at this crucial moment. Let me continue to follow you. Uncle! Mo Li looked at Pengde deeply for a while before nodding and saying in a hoarse voice, Lad, follow me. The group of Gu Masters followed the direction the Gu Immortal flew in, leaving Sandwolf City ruins. Along the way, the giant beast footprints on the sand were very obvious, allowing them to maintain the most correct path. They traveled like this for a day and a night when they suddenly heard thunder from the horizon. This is not lightning. It is the Gu Immortal fighting the giant beast. Listen, there are beast roars coming from the wind. The Gu Masters were very excited. They increased their speed and wanted to get closer. But right at this time, a pitch-black chi current shot out like a rainbow, tearing through the sky. A trace of the chi current scattered and landed near a Gu Master. One trace of the black chi curled up and brushed past a Gu Master's shoulder. That Gu Master suddenly cried out in fear. His skin and flesh started to rot, and he quickly turned into a skeleton. Everyone was shocked by this change. They quickly scattered in all directions. Fortunately, that trace of black chi went with the wind and did not linger around. It is too dangerous to continue moving forward. This is only the aftermath of the Gu Immortal fighting the giant beast. We have no way of resisting it. If we continue to get closer, we will be throwing away our lives. Most of the Gu Masters wanted to retreat, turning around and leaving. I still want to try again. All of you can leave. All of you can leave. Mo Li was the only Gu Master left. Pengde still wanted to follow him, but this time Mo Li's attitude was very firm. He chased Pengde away. Mo Li trudged for some distance alone. When he climbed up a sand dune, the scene in front of him made him take in a deep breath of cold air. Far away in the horizon, there was a huge black fog. This fog was clearly the pitch-black chi current from earlier. In this rumbling black fog, Emoli could vaguely see a mountain-like beast silhouette and flickering lightning. Emoli breathed in deeply and was about to move forward when he was suddenly hugged from behind. "Uncle, do you want to die? Don't move forward. You will die." Pengda shouted, "Brat, why haven't you left yet?" Emoli was anxious. Pengda's face was full of eagerness and sincerity. "Uncle, you're my savior. How could I be ungrateful and watch you throw your life away? I know you want to die, but your condition is not right with my strength. You could not even sense me when I followed you all the way. Uncle, live on. Don't throw away your life." But Emoli did not listen. "Brat, scram." "I won't scram." "Scram. This has nothing to do with you. You still have your youth. Don't throw away your life here." "Uncle, I want to save you." "I don't need you to save me. Even if I die, I will take revenge. Even if it is just an insignificant attack, as long as it lands on that damned beast, I will be satisfied." Rumble. Just as the two were entangled, a hurricane came from the battlefield in the horizon. The hurricane was like a wall, supporting the sky as it rapidly swept towards the two of them. "Oh no!" Pengda and Emoli had no time to dodge. They were quickly engulfed by the hurricane. Chapter 2030. Western Desert. Dark clouds covered the sky. Thunder rumbled. Emo Clan's Gu Immortals and the mysterious giant beast were still fighting intensely. "Bastard, die! I will skin you alive and tear out your tendons to compensate for our losses." The two Emo Clan Gu Immortals were furious. Emo Clan had suffered huge losses because of this giant beast. These two were in charge of the most important area. "You want me to die?" During the intense battle, the mysterious giant beast suddenly spoke. The two Emo Clan Immortals were shocked. Their hearts jumped. At this moment, the giant beast suddenly opened its mouth and shot out a purple-red tongue. The tongue pierced through a Emo Clan Gu Immortal's body at lightning speed. Almost instantly, this Emo Clan Gu Immortal was completely corroded by the intense poison. He turned into nothingness. Only his immortal aperture turned into a faint speck of light that fell towards the ground. "You are a legendary immemorial beast." The remaining Emo Clan Gu Immortals were shocked. They quickly retreated. But it was too late. The mysterious giant beast was Ching Cho. It snickered as ghostly chi surged out of its body. The ghostly chi turned into ghostly shadows that easily blocked the Emo Clan Gu Immortals. Ching Chao's main body got closer. "Didn't you want to kill me and tear out my tendons?" The Emo Clan Gu Immortal shouted in fear. "Let me go. I am a Emo Clan Gu Immortal. If you let me go, Emo Clan will not pursue this matter." "Pursue this matter?" Anger flashed across Ching Chao's face when it heard this. "You two fools, you don't even know that you were used. Go and die." "Ah." The Emo Clan Gu Immortal screamed as the ghostly shadows pounced on him. He died on the spot. After killing these two Gu Immortals, Ching Cho looked towards the desert. Sand flew wildly on the ground, turning into a giant monster. It was the immemorial sand monster. This was the helper that the Emo Clan Gu Immortals brought. They relied on it to restrain Ching Cho earlier. But the Emo Clan Gu Immortals did not expect Ching Cho to be a legendary immemorial desolate beast. It had extraordinary intelligence. Ching Cho used this to disguise itself as an ordinary immemorial desolate beast, causing the two Emo Clan Immortals to lower their guard. In the end, Ching Cho suddenly attacked, and the two Emo Clan Immortals suffered grievances. The two Emo Immortals were already dead. This immemorial sand monster no longer had a master. Its movements gradually slowed down as it stood on the ground, and looked up at Ching Cho. Ching Cho glared at the immemorial sand monster. Scram! The primordial sand monster shivered in fright. It suddenly turned around and dived into the desert to escape. Ching Cho ordered the enemy to retreat, but the ghost aura around it became denser. It looked at a certain place in the sky and sneered. Two shameless insects, still not coming out. Saying so, Celestial Court's two immortals, 9 spiritual fairy, and Red Heart Traveler appeared. They floated side by side in the sky, looking down at Ching Cho. So previously, when Red Heart Traveler wanted to find Bloodsea ancestors' true inheritance, he was disrupted by Demon Immortal Chi Ju. Realizing Demon Immortal Chi Ju's goal, Red Heart Traveler decisively gave up on the Bloodsea true inheritance and continued to pursue Ching Cho with 9 spiritual fairy. After all, Ching Cho's matter was related to the Celestial Court's plans. And even if he obtained the Bloodsea true inheritance, it would only increase the strength of Scarlet Heart Traveler alone. Which was more important was clear at a glance. 9 spiritual fairy and Red Heart Traveler possessed Celestial Court's secret method. They chased and soon found Ching Cho again. But the two did not dare to make a move. This was Western Desert. Enemies were everywhere. It was not the territory of Celestial Court's two immortals. If they rashly fought against a legendary immemorial desolate beast, once the battle entered a stalemate, Western Desert's native goo immortals would interfere. There would be too many variables. 9 spiritual fairy and Red Heart Traveler discussed for a while. 9 spiritual fairy would transform into an immemorial desolate beast and wreak havoc on the surrounding resource points, attracting Western Desert's Mo Clan goo immortals. In the end, Mo Clan's two immortals brought an immemorial sand monster, but they did not expend much of Ching Cho's battle strength. Instead, Ching Cho discovered the traces of Celestial Court's two immortals. Celestial Court's two immortals' plan failed, and Ching Cho discovered their traces. They directly showed up and attacked at the same time. Bam, bam, bam. Celestial Court's two immortals were rank 8. They were extraordinary indeed. Each of their moves were fierce, and their attacks were like raging waves. Ching Cho was suppressed for a moment. But Ching Cho was an immemorial desolate beast. It had thick skin and flesh. Even if it was hit by a few rank 8 killer moves, it was fine. After dozens of rounds, it became familiar with the Celestial Court's two immortals' moves. It gradually regained control of the situation. But good times did not last. Chi tides started to form. The reason was that the immortal apertures of the Western Desert immortals had opened and started to absorb heaven and earth chi to stabilize themselves. These two immortal apertures had different heaven and earth chi from the outside world. Together with the accumulated influence of the goo immortals fighting Ching Cho, a huge chi tide soon formed. In the chi tide, Ching Cho was greatly restricted. Its strength fell by a lot. In contrast, Celestial Court's two immortals had already contributed their immortal apertures. They only had phantom apertures. They were not affected much by the chi tide. Ching Cho roared furiously. It used all its strength, but to no avail. It realized at this point that Celestial Court's two immortals had another layer of scheme. They did not just use the Western Desert immortals, they even schemed against their immortal apertures. Just as Ching Cho was in a tough battle, Pengde opened his eyes shakily. Where am I? He was in a daze for a while before he found that he was being carried by Uncle Emily. They were moving on a huge sand dune. Uncle, you saved me again. Pengde sighed. You're awake. Uncle Emily smiled. Pengde, Uncle put me down. But Uncle Emily shook his head. Your injuries are severe. Even though I saved you, you should not move for the time being. Pengde smiled bitterly. I have troubled you again. Where is this? Emily replied. Sigh, we were swept away by the hurricane for over 10,000 li. We are rushing back now. Emily had lived in the desert for many years. He naturally had a method to determine his location. Pengde heard Emily's words and became anxious. Uncle, why are you going back? Are you going to die? Emily was silent for a while before saying in a deep and resolute voice, I know it is dangerous to go back, but if I cannot even see the true appearance of the murderer of my wife and child, I will not be satisfied. Uncle, Pung did not know how to persuade him. He understood Emily's pain and hatred at this moment. Precisely because of this, he could not persuade him. Emily continued, Brat, Uncle owes you a favor. After we travel a bit further, Uncle will put you down and leave you enough food and water. With your strength, it won't be a problem for you to cross the desert alone and reach the nearest town. Uncle, I won't go. I cannot leave you alone. Stop fooling around. I am not fooling around. You are the one fooling around, Uncle. Just as the two were arguing, the sand under Emily's feet moved, forming a huge whirlpool that swept the two towards the center. Emily quickly activated his goo worms, but it was useless. Emily was pale with fright. What is going on? My goo worms are all useless. Pung also tried to no avail. His face was extremely pale. Is this quicksand? We are going to be swallowed. This piece of quicksand was too strange. Neither of their methods had any effect. Seeing that they were getting closer and closer to the center of the quicksand whirlpool, their bodies were gradually sinking into the sand. Their expressions were ashen. Am I going to die? Pungda muttered. Emily sighed deeply. I have dragged you down. Pungda, I do not blame Uncle. This is all my own choice. Pungda only felt his heart beating wildly. His mouth was dry. He did not know what to say. The feeling before death was truly terrible. But soon, Pungda's attention was attracted by another matter. He found that the usually strong Uncle, Emily, was actually shedding tears. Emily started sobbing in an extremely rare manner. I am going to die, but I have not taken revenge yet. In fact, I have not even seen my enemy's true appearance. My strength is too weak, too weak. I do not even have the qualifications to approach my enemy. The difference between a mortal and mortal is too great. I am only a mortal. I am like an ant. Pungda opened his mouth, wanting to comfort Emily, but did not know what to say. At the next moment, hot sand poured into his mouth. Pungda quickly shut up. Next, his whole body was engulfed. His vision turned dark. Am I going to die? I am going to die like this. Hee. So pitiful. I did not expect my journey to another world to end like this. I really do not want to die. I really do not want to die. In his dark vision, specks of starlight suddenly lit up. I am not dead. Pungda sat up, looking at the scene in front of him in disbelief. He was now at the bottom of a dry well. There was a quicksand whirlpool at the mouth of the well, but strangely, the quicksand did not fall down. There was a mysterious force here that stopped the quicksand, only allowing Pungda and Emily to fall in. Uncle! Pungda immediately noticed Emily and called out twice before Emily reacted. Lad, you are awake. This is the immortal world. We are rich. Emily turned around with an excited and shocked expression. This is likely an inheritance left behind by a goo immortal. Uncle, are you sure? Pungda opened his eyes wide in disbelief. This was all too surreal. The ups and downs of life were too sudden. He was not a rash person who had just transmigrated. The current Pungda and Emily had traveled many times. They had a rough understanding of the goo world. The existence of goo immortals and goo immortal inheritances had always been the topic of discussion for goo masters when they were free to think that such an unreachable thing would appear in front of them at this moment. Damn it! Why is it not reacting? Emily tried many methods, getting increasingly anxious, but the starlight in front of him did not react at all. Uncle, this is probably not a goo immortal inheritance, right? I think you are thinking too much. At this time, Pungda finally had the strength to stand up and walk towards Emily. Emily did not retort. He was also starting to doubt his previous judgment. But at this time, the starlight in front of him suddenly moved like a tide, directly passing through Mo Li and entering Peng Da's body. The two were shocked. This happened very quickly. The starlight soon entered Peng Da's body. Without starlight, the bottom of the well fell into darkness again. Mo Li activated a goo worm. A lump of fire rose from his palm and brought light to the bottom of the well. Peng Da was still standing on the spot blankly. His eyes were wide open like a statue. Mo Li quickly walked towards him. Peng Da? Peng Da? How are you? Peng Da reacted. Uncle, you are right. This is really a goo immortal inheritance. Moreover, it is thieving heaven demon venerable's inheritance. What? Thieving heaven demon venerable? Mo Li was extremely shocked. They had learned a lot about the existence of venerables, and thanks to the current situation, this common knowledge of the goo immortal world was no longer a secret of the mortal world. Mo Li's gaze became slightly complex. This means, Peng Da, you are an otherworldly demon? No wonder the inheritance did not react to me. Peng Da had an awkward expression. Uncle, I did not hide it from you on purpose. All right. Mo Li waved his hand. So what if you are an otherworldly demon? You are still Peng Da, the Peng Da I know, right? These words made Peng Da extremely moved. He nodded fiercely. Yes, Uncle. Thank you for your understanding. Mo Li waved his hand. All right. You rascal, you really struck it rich this time. Since you have inherited the demon venerable's true inheritance, then hurry up and let us leave this place. Normal methods are useless here. Peng Da was extremely embarrassed. It is like this. Uncle, even though I have many goo worms, I cannot use them yet. This is the first time I have seen these goo worms. I need to practice more. And according to the inheritance, I need to learn one of the killer moves before I can leave this place. Then, let's practice quickly. If you have anything you don't understand, Uncle will guide you. Thank you, Uncle. There is no need to thank me between us. Mo Li smiled. Let's practice quickly. We do not have much food and water left. As the inheritor of the true inheritance, Peng Da did not need to eat or drink at the bottom of the well, but Mo Li could not. For the next few days, Peng Da trained hard. He was only a mortal. He was only practicing mortal goo. This was the first time he had come into contact with these goo worms. Even though there were detailed instructions in the inheritance, he still needed to practice to master these goo worms. Mo Li helped Peng Da study them. And once there was a result, Peng Da would lend the goo worms to Mo Li to demonstrate and guide him. Mo Li was an experienced goo master after all. Even though he did not have the qualifications to inherit thieving heaven's true inheritance, he was much more efficient at figuring out the usage of these goo worms than Peng Da. Finally, Peng Da grasped the usage of each goo worm with great difficulty. He found the threshold of using killer moves. Go, Peng Da, try to succeed in one go. Mo Li encouraged Peng Da. Uncle, watch me. Peng Da did not succeed in using his killer move for the first time. The killer move failed, and he suffered a backlash. He spat out blood and fell to the ground on the spot. Peng Da, how are you? Mo Li quickly went to inspect Peng Da's body. Peng Da spoke with difficulty. Uncle, I have disappointed you. But don't worry, next time I will definitely. Ugh. Suddenly, he widened his eyes. Next, he looked at his chest in disbelief. His chest had already been pierced by Mo Li's hand. His heart was destroyed by this sneak attack. Uncle. More blood gushed out of Peng Da's mouth. Mo Li slowly raised his head. His eyes were filled with tears, but his face was extremely distorted. It was unfamiliar and terrifying to the point that Peng Da's heart shuddered. Mo Li's voice was extremely hoarse. I want revenge. But the true inheritance chose you. I have no choice. Peng Da, you are too young. You have practiced for so long, but you can't even grasp a killer move. I can't wait. I can't count on you. Mo Li said this, as he retracted his hand. Peng De fell to the ground powerlessly, his eyes staring helplessly at the well. He was dead. But Emoli did not stop. He activated his goo worms and captured Peng Da's soul. Chapter 2031. Central Continent, an ordinary, nameless mountain peak. For goo immortals stealthily arrived at the foot of the mountain. Hey Lulan is on this mountain. Ing Wuxia looked at the mountain peak. As he spoke, beside him were Fairy Myrtle, Old Man Zheng Yuan, and Bai Ningbing. After Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Zheng Yuan forced Bai Ningbing to surrender, they obtained Ing Wuxia's whereabouts. Ing Wuxia was Spectral Soul's clone. He had always taken the responsibility of rescuing the main body. But due to his own strength and Fang Yuan's arrangements, Ing Wuxia could not enter Celestial Court. After the Fate War, Fate Goo was destroyed. Fang Yuan escaped. Ing Wuxia wandered around Central Continent. He even resented Fang Yuan for not saving Spectral Soul's main body. After Fairy Myrtle showed sufficient evidence, Ing Wuxia learned that the main body was no longer in Celestial Court. He had escaped on his own. Ing Wuxia was overjoyed. He left Fang Yuan and met up with Fairy Myrtle and the rest. From Ing Wuxia, Fairy Myrtle, and the rest learned that he had just parted ways with He Lulan. Thus, the four immortals secretly came here again. Ing Wuxia said in a low voice, He Lulan is a formidable character. Even though her cultivation level is low and future self has lost its effect, she lacks battle strength, she is tenacious, and has great ambitions. We cannot underestimate her. Ing Wuxia did not doubt their strength, but what he was most worried about was whether He Lulan would join him and betray Fang Yuan. In this aspect, Fairy Myrtle was very confident. She smiled. I have complete confidence in persuading He Lulan to surrender. This woman has a complicated relationship with Fang Yuan, but it is not firm. He Lulan wants to kill her father for revenge. This is her greatest wish. And Fang Yuan captured He Cheng because his strength surpasses He Lulan. He can control her. If we want to persuade her to surrender, we can start from there. Know thyself, know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. Back then, Fairy Myrtle tried all ways to deduce Fang Yuan's location, but Fang Yuan was extremely crafty. His wisdom path attainment was to guard against deductions. Fairy Myrtle could not do anything to Fang Yuan, but she investigated Fang Yuan's subordinates. But back then, even if she wanted to use these methods to find Fang Yuan's location, she would fail. But now, Fairy Myrtle wanted to deal with He Lulan. Immediately, Fairy Zi Wei made arrangements calmly. This time, Ing Wuxia, stay behind by Ningbing, get close to He Lulan. Ing Yun Tian, Immortal Liaoing, and Linging of Sect. Li, when you get close to He Lulan, you will ambush her and seal her in ice. After that, I will persuade her to surrender. Why don't I go with you? Ing Wuxia was not assured. Bai Ningbing glanced at him before flying out. Ing Wuxia quickly looked at Fairy Myrtle, but Fairy Myrtle shook her head. We will stay here and observe. Bai Ningbing flew into the sky like a white rainbow, looking at the mountain peak, as she shouted, Is He Lulan here? After a while, He Lulan appeared from the cave, looking at Bai Ningbing with a frown. It's you? Bai Ningbing chuckled as she pointed at He Lulan. I have joined Spectral Soul now. I am here to capture you. He Lulan, if you know what's good for you, just surrender. He Lulan stared with wide eyes. Are you serious? At the foot of the mountain, Ing Wuxia almost stomped his feet in anger. I knew that Bai Ningbing would ruin things. She has an eccentric personality. She prioritizes having fun. She is purposely trying to ruin things. She definitely thinks this will be fun. As expected, Bai Ningbing laughed loudly. Of course it's true. Saying so, she turned into a white rainbow as she pounced at He Lulan. He Lulan had already been preparing in secret. At this moment, he gave a low shout and raised both hands, sending out a sky full of flames to meet the white rainbow. Bai Ningbing was caught off guard. She was forced back to the sky, but she showed even more excitement on her face. Fire path method? You actually cultivated this path. Haha. Interesting. I have been wanting to fight you for a long time. But how long can you resist me? Immortal Killer Move, by Xiang. Bai Ningbing activated her trump card method. She was no longer in human form as frost energy enveloped the mountain peak. He Lulan entered the cave, but Bai Ningbing did not fear the ambush. She directly charged in. The two of them fought in the cave, causing thunderous explosions and the mountains to collapse and the earth to crack. After a few rounds, He Lulan fell into a disadvantage. Her situation was not good. He Lulan's aptitude, temperament, and talent were the best, but her luck was not good. She met Fang Yuan too early. Fang Yuan was above her. He used He Chung to control He Lulan. This greatly affected He Lulan's cultivation. He Lulan originally had Strength Qi Immortal Gu, Flying Bear Strength Immortal Gu, and Self-Strength Immortal Gu, but they all became Fang Yuan's. Slavery Immortal Gu was also borrowed by Fang Yuan. It was directly used up. Divert, Disaster, Immortal Gu was destroyed during her tribulation, during the Fate formation. He Lulan was almost completely relying on Future Self. Once Future Self was broken, He Lulan returned to her original form. Fang Yuan did not summon her back. He Lulan had ambitions. She did not want to be controlled by Fang Yuan. She tried to find a way to escape. She had First Ant's true inheritance. After thinking about it, she decided to cultivate Blazing Heaven Demoness Fire Path. But unfortunately, before she had much success, Fairy Myrtle found out, and now she was being chased by Bai Ningbing. He Lulan was filled with bitterness. She wanted to retreat, but Bai Ningbing chased after her relentlessly. Just as she gradually lost the strength to retaliate and was about to be captured, a white light suddenly shot down from the sky. This white light seemed slow but was extremely fast. Bai Ningbing's Bai Xiang could not dodge in time. She was hit. In an instant, Bai Xiang stopped moving in the air. He Lulan has helpers. Seeing this, Ing Wuxie was shocked. They are not helpers. They should be members of Longevity Heaven. Fairy Myrtle replied, with a smile. Ing Wuxie realized now. It turned out that Fairy Myrtle had already calculated Bai Ningbing's personality. Her main motive was to use Bai Ningbing to lure Longevity Heaven into an ambush. The reason why she did not send Ing Wuxie was to protect him. After all, Ing Wuxie was Spectral Soul's clone. He was truly one of them. And Bai Ningbing, who had Bai Xiang, was the best candidate to probe him. This is a time path killer move. Is it Fang Yuan? He Lulan had a complex expression. She looked at the sky through the shattered rocks. Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Calamity Luck Altar appeared in the sky. In the blink of an eye, it arrived at the center of the battlefield. Calamity Luck Altar burst out, with a strong light that shone on the immobilized Bai Ningbing. Even though Bai Xiang was powerful, Calamity Luck Altar was a rank 8 Immortal Gu House created by Giant Sun Immortal. If Bai Ningbing was hit by it, she would die for sure. Fairy Myrtle quickly made a move, sending out a purple aurora that covered Bai Ningbing's body, blocking Calamity Luck Altar's strong light. I was wondering who it was. So it is the defeated General of Celestial Court. Bing Sai Chuan's voice came from Calamity Luck Altar. Fairy Myrtle shook her head, flying into the sky with Old Man Zheng Yuan. We have already sided with Lord Spectral Soul. We are no longer in Celestial Court's camp. Bing Sai Chuan sneered. I don't care which side you are on. He Lulan is a descendant of my Longevity Heaven. She is a member of Northern Plains. Don't even think of touching her. Fairy Myrtle retorted. The 5 regions have been unified. The regional walls have vanished. How can there be a northern plains? We need to fight for He Lolan's ownership. Bing Sai Chuan did not waste any words. He directly controlled Calamity Luck Altar to ram towards Fairy Myrtle. A huge battle erupted. He Lulan and Bai Ningbing were both restrained, unable to move. He Lolan's expression was ashen. She knew clearly that, be it Celestial Court or Longevity Heaven, they were trying to snatch her because they wanted to search for clues to find Fong Yuan. This was the result of having low cultivation level. She became a target for both sides. Nobody came to ask her if she was willing or not. This battle did not last long. Both sides restrained themselves. First, Fairy Myrtle stopped. No need to fight. I can give He Lulan to you. Bing Sai Chuan had the immortal Gu House Calamity Luck Altar, but Fairy Myrtle did not have Star Constellation chessboard. She was at a disadvantage. The reason why Fairy Myrtle fought was because she wanted to attract the Chi Tides after some time, using the power of the Chi Tides to determine their victory. But Bing Sai Chuan knew about Fairy Myrtle's plan. Calamity Luck Altar charged forward with great power. Fairy Myrtle saw that the battle was intense. They would need to use all their strength to hold on until the Chi Tides arrived. She stopped. You and I have a common goal. It doesn't matter which side He Lulan is on. Fong Yuan is at his weakest now. If we miss this opportunity, it will be too late when Fong Yuan recovers. Why don't we work together? What do you think, Bing Sai Chuan? Fairy Myrtle invited. Next, she showed evidence to prove her current faction. To think that we would work together one day. Bing Sai Chuan was silent for a while before sighing. Chapter 2032. Deep within a certain earth trench in Central Continent. Calamity Luck Altar quietly floated in the air. There were tall and steep cliffs on both sides. Below, it was a bottomless abyss. Calamity Luck Altar gave off a faint light. Its aura was not concealed at all. Any beast that tried to invade, it would be chased away by it. And in the cliffs, there was a huge cave that Fairy Myrtle and the rest had created. Purple light flickered in the cave. A wisdom path formation was set up. Fairy Myrtle sat in the center, while Old Man Zheng Yuan sat in a supporting position. On one hand, he used human path methods to cooperate with Fairy Myrtle. On the other hand, he had control over a portion of the immortal formation to guard against Bing Sai Chuan. After all, this was the first time these two sides were cooperating. They could not be too careful. At the periphery of the formation, there were also several formation cores. Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, and Ing Wuxia were in the formation cores. They were the most crucial clues. Purple light flickered, rising and falling like tides. After a long while, Fairy Myrtle slowly opened her eyes, stopping this wisdom path immortal formation. The overflowing purple aurora gradually dissipated. How is it? Bing Sai Chuan's question came from Calamity Luck Altar. Fairy Myrtle shook her head, sighing. There is still some way to go. But this method is definitely effective. These three have signed an alliance agreement with Fong Yuan. They are the closest. As long as we capture more similar Gu Immortals, we will be able to deduce Fong Yuan's exact location. The formation was dismantled. The Gu worms flew back into Fairy Myrtle's immortal aperture. Ing Wuxia and the rest stood up. Bai Ningbing smiled lightly. This is not difficult. During the Fate War, Fong Yuan did not just send us, he also sent a large number of transformation path Gu Immortals. He Lulan added, according to what I know, these transformation path Gu Immortals were recruited by Fong Yuan after he annexed an immemorial grotto heaven. After the Destiny formation, Fong Yuan disappeared, and his whereabouts are unknown. These people are now scattered all over the Zhongzhou state. Ing Wuxia shook his head, but these transformation path Gu Immortals do not have a close relationship with Fong Yuan. We should find Lady White Rabbit and Fairy Meoween. These two are crucial people second only to us. Fairy Myrtle had finally collected all the Gu worms used to set up the formation. She did not have formation flag Gu or similar methods. Every time she collected the formation, she would have to dismantle the formation. It was quite troublesome. She looked at Calamity, Luck, Altar that had been guarding at the side. Then why don't we split into two groups and search for White Rabbit and Meoween? If you encounter Fang Yuan's transformation path, Gu Immortals along the way, you can act accordingly. Bing Sai Chuan's reply came from Calamity Luck Altar. Sure, we still need to communicate more about our future cooperation. Fairy Myrtle nodded. Of course. Even though this cooperation was small in scale and took a short time, it had a huge significance. Both sides started to trust each other. Thus, Calamity Luck Altar took away He Lulan, while Bai Ningbing and Ning Wuxie stayed with Fairy Myrtle. The two sides continued to move separately. Immemorial Two Heavens. Crescent Moon Grotto Heaven. Fairy Crescent Moon, are you not surrendering even in death? Xiao, Hejian, Lady Cold Ash, and the rest looked down at the dying Gu Immortal in the ruins. Fairy Crescent Moon had rank 8 cultivation level. She was the owner of Crescent Moon Grotto Heaven. She had the terrain advantage, but she could not fight against so many enemies. She was on her last breath now. She spat, her face filled with hatred. You bunch of bandits, my Crescent Moon Grotto Heaven stands aloof from worldly affairs. We did not provoke you at all, nor do we have any grand ambitions. I will not surrender to you. Then go and die. Lady Cold Ash was already impatient. She pointed with her finger as a gray rainbow shot out, piercing through Fairy Crescent Moon. Lady Cold Ash hooked her sleeves. Fairy Crescent Moon's soul flew into her hands along with the gray rainbow. This is a rank 8 Gu Immortal's soul. Devouring her is much more effective than devouring the soul core. It is also easier to absorb. Lady Cold Ash was Spectral Soul, but he had deceived the entire Wu Shui alliance. Xiao Hejian looked at her plainly. Lady Cold Ash, you were the vanguard in this battle. You slaughtered countless people and collected a vast number of mortal souls, as well as many Gu Immortal souls. These are your spoils of war, but this rank 8 soul was specially taken care of by Lord Alliance Leader. You cannot keep it for yourself. Spectral Soul was slightly stunned. He smiled as he handed this rank 8 soul to Xiao Hejian. Since Alliance Leader wants it, how can I dare to keep it? He snorted coldly in his mind. I will give this to you for now. In the future, I will settle all our debts with you. Xiao Hejian nodded in satisfaction. He received Fairy Crescent Moon's soul and consoled Lady Cold Ash. Let's go. Let the others clean this place. Follow me to meet Alliance Leader and report the entire battle situation. I can finally get close to Wu Shui. This is a good chance. Spectral Soul heard this, and his heart shook. However, when the two immortals arrived at Dragon Palace, they only saw Wu Shui's while sitting on the main seat. After Wu Shui's heard the report, he praised, Lady Cold Ash contributed the most in this attack on Crescent Moon Grotto Heaven. Not bad. Work hard. It is our duty to work for Alliance Leader. Lady Cold Ash was very disappointed, but she had a smile on her face. All right, all of you can leave now. In the future, you will be rewarded according to your contributions. Wu Shui's waved his hand. The two left Dragon Palace. Spectral Soul was still unresigned. It is such a pity that I could not see Alliance Leader in person. Xiao Hejian glanced at her, feeling some disdain for Lady Cold Ash's character. She was still trying to flatter Alliance Leader when he was not present. He said plainly, do you think Lord Alliance Leader is someone you can meet whenever you want? To resolve the crisis of the Qi harvest fruit, he has been in closed cultivation in Dragon Palace. We only need to follow Alliance Leader's orders. Yes. Xiao Hejian's expression eased. He patted Lady Cold Ash's shoulder. Do your job well and follow me. One day, you will be able to climb up and play an important role in the Alliance. I will need to rely on Lord's guidance for all of this. Spectral Soul put on a show, but internally he was planning when he could secretly capture this Xiao Hejian as well. It's good that you understand. Xiao Hejian smiled as he walked ahead. He joined the alliance because of Chi-Ju's true inheritance. He was alone and was constantly suppressed by Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the others. But Xiao Hejian's strength surpassed ordinary rank 8s. He gradually gained a foothold in the alliance and slowly gained some Gu Immortals as his subordinates. Lady Cold Ash's performance in the recent battles was very outstanding. She displayed incredible battle strength. Even though she was a pure human, Xiao Hejian wanted to recruit her. On the other side, Granny Skeleton requests an audience. The doorman shouted. Granny Skeleton walked into the hall and saw Chi-Si Ancestor on the main seat. She cupped her fists and said directly, "Skeleton Grotto Heaven is willing to be under Chi-Si Ancestor's command." Chi-Si Ancestor nodded. "Ha ha, Skeleton, you are a wise person. Join us. You will not regret it in the future." Granny Skeleton sighed and asked, "I wonder when Lord Ancestor can get rid of the problem of the Chi harvest fruit." "I have already made some progress. Don't worry," Fang Yuan said as he changed the topic. "But Skeleton Grotto Heaven is the closest to Crescent Moon Grotto Heaven. Now that Crescent Moon Grotto Heaven has fallen to Wu Shuai's side, I intend to send some Gu Immortals to defend Skeleton Grotto Heaven. I hope you can cooperate with me." Granny Skeleton sighed. Even though Fang Yuan did not show the ability to resolve the Chi harvest fruit problem, due to the situation outside, Granny Skeleton could only lower her head and join Wu Shuai's side. "In this situation, I really have no choice. Right now, there are almost no scattered grotto heavens in the immemorial two heavens. If they do not join Wu Shuai's side, they will be recruited by Chi-Si Ancestor. Sigh, I wonder what the future will be like." Granny Skeleton did not get the answer she wanted. She left with a heavy heart. Fang Yuan's pressure was also increasing. "Just now, a wisdom path great expert deduced about me. She is really powerful. Like Fairy Myrtle." Fairy Myrtle deduced about Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan naturally sensed it. This was equivalent to two people using wisdom path methods to fight across space. "From my own luck, the situation is not good. The danger is coming. There is only a trace of hope." Even though Fang Yuan's cooking luck pot was only rank 7, he could see a portion of his luck. He could see a large part of it. Fang Yuan had already made some progress regarding the Chi harvest fruit, but as for how to refine the Heaven Path Dao marks, Fang Yuan was still at a loss. He was very clear that this trace of hope was in the Heaven Path Dao marks. Only by refining the Heaven Path Dao marks and recovering his strength could he break out of the danger in the near future. If he could not refine it or did not do it in time, it would be very dangerous. Chapter 2033, Western Desert. The intense battle between rank 8s was still continuing. Ching Cho roared furiously. Its tongue shot out at lightning speed. Bam, bam, bam. The blood-red figures surrounding Ching Cho were easily pierced by its tongue, collapsing and exploding. Every time a blood-red figure exploded, Red Heart Traveler's face would turn paler. But his brows were tightly furrowed and his teeth were clenched. His fighting spirit did not decrease as he maintained the battlefield killer move with all his strength. At this rate, Red Heart Traveler will not be able to hold on for long. 9 Spiritual Fairy, who was fighting with Ching Cho, had been paying attention to Red Heart Traveler's condition. They had spent much effort to restrain Ching Cho, allowing Red Heart Traveler to maintain the battlefield killer move and trap this legendary immemorial desolate beast temporarily. However, Ching Cho possessed intelligence that was not inferior to humans after it realized that it could not break this battlefield killer move. It focused its attacks on Red Heart Traveler in an attempt to break through. Once Red Heart Traveler could not hold on, and the battlefield dissipated, Ching Cho would definitely leave. With this experience, it would definitely be extremely vigilant. It would be extremely difficult to capture it again in a short period of time. Forget it. I can only use this move. 9 Spiritual Fairy gritted her teeth, making an important decision. Immortal killer move, 9 spiritual transformations. Her body suddenly shook, and she returned to her human form from her beast form. She was a transformation path great expert. According to common sense, her battle strength should be higher after transformation. But now that she was in human form, her aura surged and was even stronger than before. 9 rays of light shot out of her immortal aperture, forming a huge 9-colored light barrier. The light barrier was divided into 9 layers. Each layer was brightly colored. Ching Cho had been paying attention to Red Heart Traveler. 9 spiritual fairies' sudden eruption shocked it. It quickly diverted its firepower. But at this stage, 9 spiritual transformations could be considered to have completed its preparation. There were no more flaws. 9 spiritual fairies shouted. The 9-colored light barrier shook as the 9 layers of light fused into one, becoming extremely dazzling. Next, the mixed-colored light sphere transformed into a rhinoceros with a large head and small body. Its body was covered in colorful lights as it charged at Ching Cho. Ching Cho gave a strange cry. It temporarily gave up on Red Heart Traveler and charged at this rhinoceros without dodging. With a loud bang, the earth shook and the mountains shook. After the 2 enormous beings collided, it was actually Ching Cho that took a small step back, while the big-headed rhinoceros remained in place. Ching Cho was shocked and furious. It didn't expect this rhinoceros to be so powerful. In its view, this rainbow-colored rhinoceros was translucent. It could even see 9 spiritual fairy at the center. It did not give off the feeling of having a solid body. But after this clash, Ching Cho understood that this rainbow rhinoceros could only be stronger than its previous physical form. Ching Cho is at a disadvantage. This is the first time since the battle started. 9 spirits transformation is indeed worthy of being a legendary transformation path killer move. Red Heart Traveler was both happy and worried when he saw this scene. The price of using 9 spirit transformation was very high. After a goo immortal cultivates it, they could only use it 9 times in their lifetime. 9 spiritual fairy chose to use one of such a precious killer move on Ching Cho. It showed her determination to obtain it. Ching Cho roared. Its ferocious nature was stimulated as it attacked 9 spiritual fairy again. But the mixed-colored light ball around 9 spiritual fairy suddenly changed from the big-headed rhinoceros to the southern Ming fire sparrow. The fire sparrow flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Ching Cho pounced on empty air. It had no time to raise its head and directly activated its defensive method. Sure enough, at the next moment, Ching Cho heard the sharp cry of the fire sparrow, and its back was hit. With a whoosh, it was engulfed by the flames in the sky. Ching Cho's hurried defensive method only lasted for a few breaths of time before it was instantly broken. Ching Cho retaliated fiercely. Beast roars and bird cries contended with each other. The 2 sides were locked in a stalemate. Red Heart Traveler finally had a chance to catch his breath. He quickly adjusted his condition. He adjusted his breathing as he watched the battle, feeling worried. This Ching Cho is really thick-skinned, although it is at a disadvantage, and the battle rhythm is firmly controlled by 9 spiritual fairy. It has sufficient stamina. In contrast, although 9 spiritual fairy has the upper hand and is in control of the battle situation, it cannot last for long. If there is no external help, it will definitely die from exhaustion if this drags on. Red Heart Traveler thought of this and decided to take a risk. He waited patiently, secretly accumulating strength. After waiting for a full 2 hours, he finally saw a chance to fight. There was only an instant of opportunity. Red Heart Traveler suddenly attacked. He spat out a mouthful of blood. This blood had a fragrant smell. It flew into the air and spun like a miniature blood sun. It shot out endless blood light as it charged at Ching Cho. Although Ching Cho was fighting 9 spiritual fairy, it had never let go of its guard against Red Heart Traveler. However, when it used a killer move to block this small blood lump, it was useless. The blood lump seemed to be illusory. It passed through the obstructions and landed on Qing Chao's head, turning into a red sun insignia. Qing Chao's expression changed. It found that each of its movements would involve the red sun insignia. This was an extremely powerful seal. It started to show its might, restraining its movements, interfering with its killer moves, and lowering its fighting spirit. Damn it, damn it! Qing Chou roared angrily, unleashing a frenzied wave of attacks. 9 spiritual fairy fought with all her strength, but she was forced to retreat again and again. With a loud sound, Qing Chou finally broke Red Heart Traveler's battlefield killer move. However, a victorious smile appeared on Red Heart Traveler's face. Qing Chao's whole body was bound by blood threads. The source of these countless blood threads was the blood sun insignia at the center of its forehead. Success. Cough, cough, cough. Red Heart Traveler coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale as paper. 9 spiritual fairy quickly suppressed Qing Chou, which was becoming slower and slower while transmitting her voice. Red Heart Traveler, do you need my help? Red Heart Traveler shook his head. Activating his killer move with difficulty, he endured the intense pain and started healing his injuries. 9 spiritual fairy spent a lot of effort to finally suppress Qing Chou. Looking at Qing Chou that was bound like a dumpling by the blood threads, 9 spiritual fairy praised. What method is this? You actually managed to capture Qing Chou. Red Heart Traveler barely managed to catch his breath, replying, "This is a method I created on the spot. I have not named it yet." 9 spiritual fairy looked at Red Heart Traveler and could not help but stare at him. "You are truly impressive." Red Heart Traveler shook his head, smiling bitterly. "Don't overestimate me. I discovered that Qing Chao's vital immortal goo is rank 8 hatred goo. That's why I created this move. If it were any other legendary immemorial, this would be a joke. The reason I was able to use this move was thanks to you disregarding the price and activating the killer move 9 spiritual transformation, giving me the chance to launch a sneak attack." 9 spiritual fairy also shook her head. "Capturing Qing Chou is related to the plan to kill Fang Yuan. This is for the Celestial Court and the people of the world. Why would I care about paying such a small price? But this hatred goo, is it the one recorded in the legends of Rinzhu?" "Yes." Red Heart Traveler nodded. 9 spiritual fairy sighed. "This makes sense. Why can Qing Chou distinguish its enemies? Unfortunately, it did not use its killer move completely. We will capture it and use hatred goo. With the Celestial Court's killer move, we will definitely be able to find the exact location of Fang Yuan, Spectral Soul, and the other demons." Red Heart Traveler restrained his aura. "Let's go. We cannot stay here for long." They had been fighting here for a long time. Even though they used the battlefield killer move to save a lot of time and even concealed most of the traces of the battle, Goo Immortals would definitely rush here to investigate. Not to mention other forces. Mo Clan's large group might be arriving soon. 9 spiritual fairy and Red Heart Traveler had been fighting for a long time. Their conditions were not good. They immediately brought Qing Chou to Central Continent. Sure enough, after they left for a while, several Goo Immortals from Mo Clan arrived in an immortal Goo house with a fierce aura. There was an intense battle here. Even though there are few traces, we can see that it was a battle between rank 8s. No wonder our clan's Goo Immortals died. So quickly. Quickly, Chase, we have an immortal Goo house. They can't have escaped far. Mo Clan's group followed the traces and chased after the 2 immortals of Celestial Court. Several days passed. Amidst the rumbling sandstorm, a Goo master moved with difficulty. He came to the center of the battlefield and saw that the pit was already half buried by the sandstorm. He roared towards the sky. This person was the one who killed Pengda and seized Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. Emily, He had gone through untold hardships to come here, wanting to see the true appearance of the murderer of his wife and child, but he was too late. I will definitely find you and tear you to shreds. No matter who you are, what kind of monster you are, I want you to die. Emoli knelt in the desert and roared towards the sky, and beside him, Pengda's soul was floating. Pengda sneered. He, you are a mere mortal. You want to take revenge on an immortal beast? So what if it is an immortal beast? Emoli's eyes were blood red. He stared at Pengda's soul with a malevolent expression. I have thieving heaven's true inheritance. I have thieving heaven's true inheritance. I will definitely become a Gu immortal and take revenge. Pengda laughed. There is another possibility. This immortal beast has already been killed by the Gu immortals. You have no target to take revenge on. Emoli was stunned. He was silent like a rock. After a while, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the throat of Pengda's soul, acting like a madman. No, it will not die. I will not allow it to die. It will definitely die in my hands. Emoli continued to shout. I want to become a Gu immortal. I have thieving heaven's true inheritance. I will definitely take revenge. I will definitely take revenge. Speak. Quickly explain to me how to use the next Gu worm. Emoli grabbed Pengda's soul and activated his Gu worm at the same time. Traces of white smoke quickly appeared at the place where Emoli's palm touched Pengda's soul, producing a sizzling sound. Pengda's soul immediately let out a sharp scream. He was in great pain. I'll speak. This is called Circuit Gu. Circuit Gu? What in the world is that? Pengda's soul hesitated. How do I explain this thing? You are not an otherworldly demon. You cannot understand what circuit is. Simply put, it is a path that lightning walks on. Emoli immediately scoffed. What is so hard to understand about this? It is not like I haven't read the Legends of Renzu. The Legends of Renzu clearly recorded that in order to find a way out, Lightning Gu chose to cooperate with blazing glory lightning brilliance and eventually walked out of immemorial blue heaven. This should be the true meaning of circuit. Pengda's soul was stunned. Emoli praised. Thieving heaven demon venerable is truly worthy of being a venerable. He actually had such a wondrous idea. He must have obtained inspiration from the Legends of Renzu to create Circuit Gu. Chapter 2034. Forest Thunder Grotto Heaven. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord, you betrayed the two heavens alliance and colluded with Chi-Si ancestor. Your sins cannot be forgiven. Today will be the day you die. Xiao, Jian looked down from the sky. Behind him were a large number of Gu immortals from the Two Heavens Alliance. They were all standing there expressionlessly, showing their strength in numbers. In contrast, the Forest Thunder Grotto Lord was alone. Facing the enemy troops alone, he was very powerless. The Forest Lightning Grotto Master let out a bitter laugh. Since I've been discovered by you, I won't refute anything. At that time, do you think I was willing to collude with the enemy? The Alliance wants to use my Forest Thunder Grotto Heaven's Chi Harvest Fruit as an experiment. Before this, the Alliance had tried several times, but none of them had succeeded. The Grotto Heavens that they had experimented with had all been destroyed. I joined the Two Heavens Alliance to protect myself. But now, I have to sacrifice my home. Since that's the case, I might as well surrender to the enemy. Perhaps there will be a new hope. Xiao Jian frowned and snorted discontentedly. You have too little confidence in our Two Heavens Alliance and our Alliance Master Wu Shuai. Maybe you'll succeed this time. The Forest Lightning Grotto Master chuckled. If Alliance Chief Wu Shuai handles things fairly, I have nothing to say either. However, he was obviously protecting the mutants and sacrificing the humans. The Grotto Heavens used by the Alliance for testing are all human Grotto Heavens. Wu Shuai is a dragon man, after all. I've seen through this alliance. All the human Gu immortals present, watch carefully. Today, I will be your ending. After me, it will be your turn." Hearing this, the expressions of the human goo immortals present changed slightly. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord had undoubtedly spoken of their worries. Wu Shuai and Qi Si Ancestor were part of the same body. They had a tacit understanding. They were opposing each other on the surface, but they were actually peacefully dividing the forces of the two heavens. By now, there were no longer any neutral grotto heavens in the two heavens. All grotto heavens in the two heavens were either destroyed or submitted to Wu Shuai or Qi Si Ancestor. After the two major forces divided the fruit for 2 days, both sides stopped fighting and kept exploring ways to solve the problem of the Qi harvest fruit. Compared to Qi Si Ancestor, who was in closed cultivation, Wu Shuai's Qi path attainment was much weaker. Therefore, Wu Shuai's 2-day alliance could only keep experimenting. In order to pursue efficiency, their actions were very rough. The experiment of eradicating the Qi harvest fruit failed many times, and many grotto heavens self-destructed. When it was Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven's turn, Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven Lord was not willing to let his own grotto heaven become a gambling stake. He wanted to protect himself, and to survive, he secretly contacted Qi Si Ancestor. He was truly an unlucky child. He did not know that Qi Si Ancestor and Wu Shuai were one body. Qi Si Ancestor was Fang Yuan's main body. He directly informed Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai thus ordered Xiao Hejian to gather a group of Gu immortals and punish the traitors severely. Looking at the Forest Thunder Cave Master, Xiao Hejian sneered coldly and said impatiently, "Who will take down this criminal for me?" Lady Coldash stepped forward. "Let me do it." She had the attitude of a vanguard. Xiao Hejian nodded. "Very good." Seeing Lady Coldash charging towards Forest Lightning Grotto Lord, Xiao Hejian was overjoyed, thinking, "This Coldash is indeed perceptive and quite capable. My hard work in roping her in was not in vain." Lady Coldash and Forest Lightning Grotto Lord fought. Both were rank 8s. For a while, they were locked in a stalemate. The other Gu immortals of the Two Heavens Alliance were watching the battle from the clouds. When Gu immortals fought as a group, cooperation was very important. Different paths had conflicting Dao marks. If there was no exquisite cooperation, there would be huge internal friction. Instead, the losses would outweigh the gains. Of course, this did not prevent the spectating Gu immortals from accumulating strength and launching sneak attacks when there was an opening. But the Gu immortals of the Two Heavens Alliance did not find a good opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Lady Coldash gradually gained the upper hand and gained control. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord saw that the situation was bad and immediately escaped underground. Lady Coldash was Spectral Soul in disguise. How could Forest Lightning Grotto Lord resist her? The intense battle earlier was all a facade. It was just a performance by Spectral Soul. Xiao Hejian saw Forest Lightning Grotto Lord escaping and laughed loudly, waving his hand. "Chase!" The immortals surged forward. They did not care about the huge Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven. They only targeted Forest Lightning Grotto Lord. As long as they got rid of this one rank 8, the other resistance would not be a problem. They would even take the initiative to protect Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven's safety. After all, this Grotto Heaven was used as an experiment. If the resources inside were to be divided, they would have a share. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord continued to drill deep underground. Lady Coldash did not chase him. She stayed beside Xiao Hejian. Soon, the first wave of Gu immortals who went deep underground returned with dejected expressions. Xiao Hejian was slightly stunned after hearing their report. There is such a thing? There is a lightning forest deep underground. The returning Gu immortals naturally brought back evidence. Using methods like image Gu, the immortals of the Two Heavens Alliance saw a vast lightning forest. In the pitch-black depths of the underground, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled at every moment. Lightning flashed time and time again, forming huge silver-white trees. The giant trees only existed for an instant, but the great thunder-sound leaves, the forked silver lightning branches, and so on were condensed into solid forms, tempting the immortals present. Amazing! These are all invaluable lightning path, rank 8 immortal materials. This is only the surface wealth of the lightning forest. According to the Legends of Renzu, the source of the lightning forest is lightning goo. A lightning forest of this scale is enough to prove that there is a rank 8 lightning goo here. Forest lightning grotto. Lord wants to use lightning goo to resist. Humph, this is wishful thinking. How can a mere rank 8 immortal goo resist our Two Heavens Alliance? The immortals of the Two Heavens Alliance discussed, but no one took the initiative to go. After all, the lightning forest was a dangerous area. Forest lightning grotto lord had a huge geographical advantage here. Rashly invading was likely to be a thankless task. Xiao Hejian frowned. Who can go down and capture Forest lightning grotto lord? Lady Coldash did not hesitate. She stood up again. Xiao Hejian revealed a satisfied smile. Coldash, if you win, you will have the greatest contribution in this battle. Thank you, Lord. Lady Coldash was about to move. Wait. Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord also walked out. The lightning forest is a dangerous place. Let me accompany immortal friend Coldash there. If there are any accidents, I can assist you. Let's do that. Xiao Hejian agreed to Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord's request. Thus, the two immortals charged underground, while the other Gu immortals and Xiao Hejian stayed in the air, watching the battle while waiting patiently. Lady Cold Ash charged underground, arriving in front of the lightning forest. She opened her immortal aperture's entrance and let out countless soul beasts. The soul beasts charged into the lightning forest like a surging tide. Rumble, lightning continued to strike down. Explosions occurred continuously. The soul beasts suffered heavy losses, using countless lives to forcefully open up a path. Lady Cold Ash and Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord successfully charged into the depths of the lightning forest. I did not expect Lady Cold Ash to unravel the lightning forest like this. She really disregarded the cost. She is determined to curry favor with Xiao Hejian. There have been many rumors recently. It seems that Lord Alliance Leader wants to make Xiao Hejian the Vice Alliance Leader. Our alliance only has one Vice Alliance Leader, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Lord Wu Shuai wants to balance his subordinates. It is not strange for him to make such an arrangement. Even though Lady Cold Ash is a human Gu immortal, she does not want to end up like Forest Lightning Grotto Lord. Thus, she wholeheartedly wants to enter the Alliance's higher-ups and protect her grotto heaven. She has put in a lot of effort. The Gu immortals watched the battle while conversing secretly. After a while, Lady Cold Ash and Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord reached the center of the lightning forest and saw Forest Lightning Grotto Lord again. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord was refining rank 8 lightning goo. Seeing the two immortals, he quickly stopped the goo refinement and shouted furiously, "Stop! If you take another step forward, I will destroy this lightning goo." Seeing this, the immortals could not help but be surprised. So this lightning goo is still a wild immortal goo. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord did not refine it? What is going on? Haha, I understand. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord's ambition is not small. Oh, what do you mean? If I'm not wrong, this lightning forest was originally just an ordinary lightning path resource point. But at some point, a wild lightning goo was produced. Because of this lightning goo, the original lightning path resource point gradually turned into a small lightning forest. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord did not refine this wild lightning goo, but added bricks and tiles to this lightning forest to help it grow and expand. As the scale of the lightning forest grows, its source lightning goo also continues to grow. Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven continuously invested in it, and finally made this wild lightning goo advance to rank 8. The goo immortals of the two heavens alliance conversed and quickly understood the truth of Forest Lightning Grotto Lord's ambition. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord was a lightning path goo immortal and was not proficient in refinement path. But this lightning forest was a natural evolution of the heavenly path. Nature was refining goo. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord ingeniously used the power of nature to continuously add fuel to the flames on the original foundation. His goal was to raise lightning goo to the level of rank 9. And during this process, once he refined this wild immortal goo, the heaven path goo refinement process would be interrupted and could no longer be restored. Thus, Forest Lightning Grotto Lord kept this wild lightning goo and did not refine it. Seizing other people's goo worms was an extremely difficult matter, but a wild immortal goo was different. A rank 8 wild immortal goo, and most importantly, it even had the possibility of advancing to rank 9. This discovery was extremely huge. Xiao Hejian and the rest could not help but open their eyes wide, revealing expressions of greed and wariness. This is an important matter. We cannot be rash. Xiao Hejian quickly transmitted to Lady Cold Ash and Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord. Lady Cold Ash and Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord paused their attacks. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord stated conditions. As long as you let me and Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven go, I can contribute this lightning goo to you. Xiao Hejian quickly contacted Wu Shuai and reported this matter. Chapter 2035. I have been in seclusion for a week, and I am very grateful to everyone for recommending various articles. I skimmed through these articles. They were all good articles, but among them, there are only 3 stories in the 3-body problem that are similar to my Gu Dao master. The similarity is that they are both fables, but the difference is that The Legends of Rinzhu is slightly longer and can be used as a complete single story. In the previous week, I had learned a lot. When they saw something good, they would open their mouths wide and stuff it down their necks. Only then did he finally finish the new chapter of The Legends of Rinzhu. Tearful, I dug this hole myself, and now I can only bury it myself. Even if I have to bury myself in it, I have to fill the hole. Looking at the sky with tears in my eyes, I discovered that I had many shortcomings. For example, he always liked to make optimistic estimates, such as the plan to finish the book in May. How embarrassing, covering face with tears. Another example was that he did not have a strong foundation in writing. If I had sufficient foundations, would I not be able to write The Legends of Rinzhu? Recently, this feeling has become more and more intense. I feel more and more weak. There are so many things that I need to study and learn about writing. There are too many books worth reading, too many examples worth learning from. A week of seclusion was really too short. There wasn't much to learn. Previously, he said that he would not be able to repay the debt of double updates in April. I can't say for June. I really can't guarantee it. He was terrified and uneasy. Perhaps the updates would stabilize, but it was very possible that they would suddenly be stuck on The Legends of Rinzhu, unable to continue. The main text wouldn't get stuck, but The Legends of Rinzhu was definitely going to be stuck. It was definitely going to depend on one state and inspiration. However, The Legends of Rinzhu definitely had to be written well, and it had to be similar to the previous chapters. It had to be interspersed throughout the entire article, and it had to complement each other. Otherwise, this venomous Gu Daoist would lose its grade. He had done so well in the beginning. If he couldn't do it well in the later stages, it would be such a pity. Not to mention you guys, I won't let myself go. Because of a moment of laziness and comfort, I gave up on this part of my hard work. I will definitely regret it in the future. This is my recent writing experience, and I would like to share it with everyone. I would also like to report my writing status, current progress, and so on. Chapter 2036. According to the Legends of Run Zhu, Hatred Goo and Lightning Goo can form an extremely terrifying killer move that can destroy immemorial blue heaven. Fang Yuan looked at it carefully and thought, doesn't this mean that these two goo worms can counter Heaven Path? Where are the Heaven Path Tao marks most concentrated? It is undoubtedly the immemorial 9 heavens. Other than that, it is Fang Yuan's body. This seems to be a way to resolve my current predicament, Fang Yuan thought. But Lightning Goo is here without Hatred Goo. It won't work. Where is this goo worm? Is there such an immortal goo? If not, how can I refine it? If there is, it will be even more troublesome. I will have to go and snatch it. In fact, even if I have these 2 core immortal goo, how to form the killer move is still a mystery. The Legends of Rinzhu is too vague. Right at this time, Qin Dingling personally sent a letter from Celestial Court through jewel yellow skies. Fang Yuan opened it and saw that the letter goo directly described the matter of Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven. Qin Dingling was very enthusiastic about Lightning Goo. She even asked Qi Si Ancestor to stop researching the Qi harvest fruit and lead his subordinates to cooperate with Celestial Court to obtain Lightning Goo. Why is Celestial Court in such a hurry? Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. Also, they obtained this information too quickly. It seems that they have placed a pawn on Wu Shuai's clone's side. Qin Dingling was not Fairy Myrtle after all. She was slightly impatient in her actions and allowed Fang Yuan, who had deep wisdom path attainment, to deduce some possibilities. In that case, Fang Yuan sneered. Celestial Court's urgent letter made him make up his mind. Forest, Lightning, Grotto Heaven. Xiao Hejian's expression changed slightly. He had received Wu Shuai's order a moment ago. His gaze turned cold as he shouted, Alliance leader has ordered, kill Forest, Lightning Grotto Lord. Don't worry about Lightning Goo. Losing a mere wild rank 8 immortal goo was nothing. They had to kill all the goo immortals in Forest, Lightning Grotto Heaven, and then try to get rid of the Qi harvest fruit. Don't accept any resources from the Grotto Heaven. Do your best and complete the mission in the shortest time possible. What? Hearing this, be it Forest, Lightning Grotto Lord, Lady Cold Ash, or Night Heavenly Wolf Lord, they were extremely shocked. This was a future rank 9 immortal goo. Wu Shuai gave it up just like that. For a moment, the 3 immortals did not make a move. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord was originally a spy in the Celestial Court, so he naturally wanted to protect Forest Thunder Grotto Lord and cause trouble for Wu Shuai's alliance. And Lady Cold Ash was actually Spectral Soul. He wanted to preserve this conflict and trigger an intense battle between Wu Shuai and Qi Si Ancestor. As long as there was a chaotic battle, it would bring him many good opportunities. Forest Lightning Grotto Master suddenly cried out in alarm. Xiao Hejian, you are extremely daring. You actually passed on a false life. Wu Shuai needed to expand his strength. How could he give up on a future rank 9 immortal goo? You really joined halfway and have wild ambitions. After being falsely accused by Forest Lightning Grotto Lord, Xiao Hejian's expression turned cold. He did not retort. Instead, he stared at Lady Cold Ash and Night Heavenly Wolf Lord with a sharp gaze. This is Alliance Leader's order. Do you believe a traitor or me? Quickly attack. Saying so, Xiao Hejian did not wait for them and attacked first. Bam, bam, bam. Killer moves erupted, causing a large area of the lightning forest to collapse. Kill. The Alliance Immortals who were originally in the air also received Xiao Hejian's order and flew over, attacking this lightning forest together. With the situation like this, no matter what schemes Lady Cold Ash and Night Heavenly Wolf Lord had, they could only sigh helplessly and follow the tide. Wu Shuai, you are so vicious. You are so narrow-minded. You will definitely die a horrible death. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord knew that his death was near. He cursed viciously while exerting strength to destroy this lightning goo. Wishful thinking. At the next moment, Lady Cold Ash suddenly appeared behind him. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord suddenly stiffened. Lady Cold Ash took the chance to snatch the lightning goo from his hands in front of everyone. What method is this? The immortals were shocked. Although Spectral Soul's attainment level had fallen greatly, he still had many methods. The foundation of a venerable was not something ordinary rank 8 goo immortals could estimate. Well done! Xiao Hejian was overjoyed. He did not have any hope of seizing lightning goo, but to think that he actually succeeded. This was Lady Cold Ash's contribution. It was also his contribution. At this point, his position as Vice Alliance leader was already half done. The other half was to complete all of Wu Shuai's missions. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord counterattacked frantically. In order to protect lightning goo, Lady Cold Ash had to endure many of his attacks and was injured on the spot. Quickly retreat and protect lightning goo. Xiao Hejian quickly came to Lady Cold Ash's aid and blocked Forest Lightning Grotto Lord. To prevent any disturbances, the immortals started to watch Xiao Hejian fight Forest Lightning Grotto Lord alone. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord had already fought with Lady Cold Ash earlier. He was not in a good state, and almost all of his methods were exposed. And in terms of battle strength, Xiao Hejian was even higher than Lady Cold Ash. There was no suspense in this battle. Soon, Xiao Hejian defeated Forest Lightning Grotto Lord. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord was not resigned to his defeat and still wanted to escape. But the surrounding goo immortals had already seen this and did not let Forest Lightning Grotto Lord escape from their encirclement. After Forest Lightning Grotto Lord's death, Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven was quickly destroyed. Wu Shuai's alliance's attempt to target the Qi harvest fruit also did not succeed. Moreover, because Wu Shuai wanted to race against time, most of the resources in Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven were destroyed. The goo immortals who participated in the battle obtained very little. The biggest gain was that rank 8 wild lightning goo, but it was obvious that this had to be handed over to Alliance leader Wu Shuai. Fang Yuan thought about it for a while before finally deciding to cut the Gordian knot and directly eradicate Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven, not allowing the conflict to escalate. Wu Shuai's thunderous action not only shocked the Alliance immortals, it also caused Celestial Court's plan to fail. On Celestial Court's side, after Qin Dingling obtained first-hand information from Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord, she immediately sent a message to Qi Si Ancestor. Fang Yuan received the letter, in which Qin Dingling still advocated snatching lightning goo, even if lightning goo was already in Wu Shuai's alliance's hands. Even if they could not snatch lightning goo, they had to destroy it. It seems that Celestial Court is determined to obtain lightning goo. Celestial Court should have lightning goo's immortal goo recipe. After destroying this immortal goo, Celestial Court can refine it themselves. Fang Yuan was even more curious. Why did Celestial Court urgently need lightning goo? Why did the huge Celestial Court need this immortal goo so urgently? Lightning goo was not fake goo. Fang Yuan did not know about Celestial Court's plan, but Qin Dingling's attitude caused Fang Yuan's plan to fail. The reason why Fang Yuan ordered Wu Shuai to destroy Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven, disregarding lightning goo's safety, was to eliminate the conflict in advance and prevent a war between the two sides. But now that Celestial Court had such an attitude and was eager to fight, Fang Yuan could not refuse openly. After all, Qi Si Ancestor was in an alliance with Celestial Court.